Order, please. Order, please. We'll now begin with the daily routine, beginning with presenting and reading of petitions. Presenting reports of committees. The Honourable Chair of the Human Resources Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, I'm pleased to submit the annual report of the committee for the period from September 2018 to August 2019 of the 63rd General Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The report is tabled. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. Statements by ministers. Oh, pardon me. The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby beg leave to table a report. Excellent. Mr. Speaker, I hereby beg leave to table a report titled Guidelines and Recommendations for Nova Scotia Universities and the Nova Scotia Community College, Development of Survivor-Centric Sexual Violence Policies and Responses.
The report is tabled. Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I make an introduction?
Permission granted.
Thank you. I'd like to draw the members' attention to the East Gallery, where we have some special guests, and ask that the guests rise as I introduce them and stay standing until we have the opportunity to provide them a warm welcome. Susan Wilson is the Provincial Coordinator of the Sexual Assault Nurse Examiner Program in the Nova Scotia Health Authority. Shana Vidito, a Sexual Assault Nurse Examiner Coordinator for Annapolis Valley and the South Shore Tri-County Women's Centre, Joanne Poirier, President and CEO of VON, and Rebecca Druin, also with the VON. If I could ask my colleagues to please provide them with a warm welcome.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Nova Scotians who have experienced sexualized violence require specialized emergency care and need to be able to access that care anywhere in the province. And whereas sexual assault nurse examiners, often referred to as SANEs, are registered nurses who have advanced training and expertise to provide specialized medical and forensic emergency care that includes supportive care, medical attention, provide information and additional resources, as well as evidence collection. And whereas on-site SANE service is expanding across the province and is now available in 13 hospitals and health centres, anyone wishing to access a SANE nurse can call the location nearest to them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, or can go to their nearest emergency department. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House recognize the importance of the SANE program and the work of our SANE nurses across the province. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Labour and Advanced Education.
Mr. Speaker, permission to make an introduction?
Permission granted.
Mr. Speaker, in the East Gallery today we are joined by co-chairs of the Provincial Sexual Assault Violence Prevention Committee, Paula Barry-Mercer, an Associate Vice President of Student Experience at Mount St. Vincent University. As well, we have Ava Zappale, Associate Deputy Minister of Labour and Advanced Education. We are also joined by Colette Roberts, Sexual Violence Prevention Coordinator, Stephanie McGuinness Langley, Status of Women, Leslie Poirier McLernan, Status of Women, Linda Moxham Skinner, Atlantic School of Theology, Clancy McDaniel, who's with Students Nova Scotia, Jordan Roberts, Sexualized Violence Prevention Response Officer at King's University, Shannon Pringle, Survivor Support Center at Dalhousie University, Peter Halpin with Concept, Margaret Ann Bruway, with Senior Policy Analyst with the Department of Justice. Mr. Speaker, I ask that they receive the warm welcome of the House.
The Honourable Minister of Labour and Advanced Education.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas students deserve to feel safe on our university and college campuses, and whereas sexual violence is a very important issue and the Provincial Sexual Violence Prevention Committee's expertise has been used to develop guidelines and recommendations that will champion a change in the culture and strong survivor-centric sexual violence policies for post-secondary institutions. And whereas this government, under the 2019 to 2024 MOU with universities, has committed $470,000 per year to support the institutions in the development of sexual violence prevention expertise on campus. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this legislature recognize the members of the Provincial Sexual Violence Prevention Committee and their important work to ensure students in our province can learn in environments free from sexual violence. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waivers. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Tourism Nova Scotia is working with businesses, communities, and all levels of government to grow tourism revenues in this province by attracting visitors through ad campaigns and using travel writers and influencers to tell our stories by creating unique experiences that inspire travelers to book a Nova Scotia vacation. And whereas the Nova Scotia Lobster Crawl, organized by the South Shore Tourism Cooperative, is an event that is helping to extend the tourism season by drawing more visitors to the region during the winter lobster season. And whereas Tourism Nova Scotia recently received Destination Canada's Explore Canada Industry Award of Excellence for its media campaign promoting the Nova Scotia Lobster Crawl, as well as an individual nomination for Media Relations Specialist Pamela Wambach. It was also just announced that Tourism Nova Scotia's World Class Experience Accelerator Program is a finalist for the Tourism Industry Association of Canada's 2019 Tourism Innovation Award. The winner of this award will be announced November 20th in Ottawa. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly congratulate Tourism Nova Scotia for the national recognition, for its innovation in marketing and development programs, and for leading the industry to achieve record tourism revenue growth for the past several years. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waivers. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas tourism is a huge economic driver in Nova Scotia that employs people in every corner of our province, and our entire tourism industry is working hard to create unique experiences and showcase them to an international audience. Whereas Global Travelers has spoken and Cape Breton Island has been named the #1 island in the Americas in Condé Nast Travelers 2019 Reader's Choice Award. Everyone in Cape Breton knows this stuff already, guys. You just learned coming on to it. Commonly known as the best of the best of travel, and an award voted on by over 600,000 readers worldwide. And whereas earlier this year, Cape Breton was also named the #1 island destination in Canada and 8th in the world by readers of Travel and Leisure magazine. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly congratulate the fantastic operators, businesses, and communities in Cape Breton, Destination Cape Breton Association, and Tourism Nova Scotia for the international recognition of their exceptional visitor experiences that are drawing travelers from around the world and supporting economic prosperity in our communities. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waivers. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Sarah Corning, a native from Yarmouth County, saved and cared for thousands of Armenian, Greek, and Assyrian refugees and orphans between the years of 1919 to 1930. And whereas for her work, Ms. Corning received the Silver Cross Medal of the Redeemer from King George II of Greece in 1923, and in 2011, the Armenian Canadian community established the Sarah Corning Centre for Genocide Education in Toronto and named her posthumously as the Outstanding Canadian for 2017. And whereas on September 14th, 2019, the Sarah Corning Society co-hosted the commemoration events in collaboration with the Town of Yarmouth and the Yarmouth County Historical Society, including the commissioning and unveiling of a life-size bronze statue of Sarah Corning with 2 small children on the grounds of the Yarmouth County Museum and Archives. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the House of Assembly join me in congratulating Jennifer Rodney Chone and David Chone, co-chairs of the Sarah Corning Society, for commemorating and preserving the legacy of this outstanding Nova Scotian. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Education on an introduction.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to bring the House's attention to the Eastern Gallery, where we are joined by a friend of mine who's an active member on the Yarmouth and Area Chamber of Commerce Doctor Recruitment Committee, which helped us secure $75,000 from our government to invest in doctor recruitment locally. Community Development Officer for the Municipality of Argyle. Great supporter of our fishing industry, who helps numerous fishermen with applications to the Fisheries Fund, and who's also our former candidate for Barrington Argyle. I'd like to the House to join me in welcoming Charlene LeBlanc here.
We'll now move on to introduction of bills. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill titled An Act to Amend Chapter 1, 1992 Supplement of the Revised Statutes 1989, the House of Assembly Act.
The Honourable Minister of Justice begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 1 of the 1992 Supplement of the Revised Statutes 1989, the House of Assembly Act.
Bill number 187, entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 1, 1992 Supplement of the Revised Statutes 1989, the House of Assembly Act.
Ordered that this bill be read a second time on a future day. The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Physician Assistants.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Physician Assistants.
Bill number 188, entitled An Act Respecting Physician Assistants.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. We'll now move on to notices of motion, statements by members. The Honourable Member for Hammonds Plains Lucasville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Permission granted.
Quickly, folks, through the chair, I'd like to introduce Sophia Linfield. She's sitting in our East Gallery. She's a grade 11 student from Stillwater Lake, a community that I represent. A couple of years ago, I was knocking on doors and I met her and her family at their family home, and a couple of years later she reached out and asked if she could get a little bit more involved and learn a bit about the work that we do here in the House. So please welcome her.
The Honourable Member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the time and commitment Tim Gadugay, a Kings North constituent, has put into organizing the Terry Fox events in the village of Port Williams over the past few years. To date, over $750 million has been raised worldwide for cancer research in Terry's name through the annual Terry Fox Run held across Canada and around the world. In 2017, Terry Fox's brother, Fred Fox, was in Port Williams. In 2017, Port Williams hosted Terry Fox's brother, Fred Fox, during events, and this year, Terry Fox's niece, Jessie, was in attendance for the weekend's events. This year's events included the Terry Fox Invitational warm-up and celebration on the Saturday morning with timing Service provided by Atlantic Chip Sport Timing. The official Terry Fox Run fundraising event occurred on the Sunday. These events would not be possible without the efforts put forth by Tim Duguay, and I would like to thank him for his continued support in this important fundraiser. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you. I ask the House to join with me to note that today is the Day of Atonement, observed annually in the Jewish faith. Yom Kippur follows close upon the Jewish New Year, Rosh Hashanah, a celebratory occasion which in this cycle marks 5,780 years of history for the Jewish people. Yom Kippur is a more solemn occasion centered on serious reflection on one's past misdeeds or moral failings, along with a fervent prayer to the Almighty for forgiveness. In the words of the book of Leviticus, on this day he will forgive you, to purify you, that you be cleansed from all your sins before God. Who cannot identify with this? As we all know, seeking forgiveness is tied to repentance. The Hebrew word is teshuvah. A contemporary term might be reconciliation. There are many customs associated with Yom Kippur. One of the most commanding is the blowing of the shofar, an instrument made of a ram's horn. Its penetrating blast calls worshippers to focus. May we all enjoy a sweet year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to recognize special leaders within our community. Today, I'd like to recognize and highlight the hard work and dedication of Andrea Fennell. Not only is Andrea an outstanding mom, but she's also a tireless advocate for mental health. Andrea is on the Healthy Minds Around the Loop Association of Spryfield, an association that works with the local community to advocate for and bring mental health resources to the ground level for people who need it the most. Andrea also heads up a monthly walk and talk at Long Lake Provincial Park. Every month, she invites a guest and people from the community to join her for a talk on their personal experience with mental health and then go for a walk in the park. Mr. Speaker, it is a beautiful way to lift the stigma around mental health. Thank you, Andrea, for all you do. You truly are passionate about mental health, and you're making our community a better place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate constituent Ian Kent of Eastern Passage, along with 2 other athletes, for representing Canada at the 2019 Pan Am Games. The Games were held from August 23rd to September 1st in Lima, Peru. Ian Kent of Eastern Passage is not new to the Pan Am Games. He has won medals in 2007, 2011, and 2015. This year, Ian achieved his 1,000th win in table tennis as he earned a bronze medal at the Pan Am Games. I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature to join me in congratulating Ian Kent for all of his hard work and dedication to the sport of table tennis and for representing Canada so well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to offer my sympathies to the German people and the German Jewish community impacted today by an armed attack in Chule. Our thoughts are with Jewish communities around the world who are gathered today to mark Yom Kippur. Our synagogues, mosques, churches, and temples should be places of safety. Anti-Semitism, racism, and violence have no place in our communities. I will continue to stand with those who work hard to advance and celebrate diversity and to build inclusive spaces, and I know my colleagues in this chamber will join me in that effort.
The honourable member for Lunenburg.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Selena Davis-Eno, an educator at Bayview Community School who received the Physical and Health Education National Award for Teaching Excellence in Physical Education. This award honors Canadian teachers who provide outstanding teaching performance at elementary, middle, or secondary levels, who have an exceptional ability to motivate students to participate in a lifetime of physical activity and who further physical education in Canada. Anyone who knows Ms. Davis-Eno is well aware of her passion for physical education. She spends countless hours coaching and organizing extracurricular sporting events for students of all ages. Ms. Davis-Eno was presented with this award at the 2019 Physical and Health Education National Conference that was held in Montreal this past May. Mr. Speaker, I ask that you and members of this House of Assembly join me in congratulating Ms. Davis-Eno. Thank you.
The honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, Marjorie Fagier of Pedek and her volunteer team bring light in many ways through their volunteering. One of Marjorie's hats is the chair of the Golf Lighting the Way charity golf tournament in support of Victoria County Memorial Hospital Charitable Foundation. On August 23rd, over 100 golfers took part in the tournament held at the Bell Bay Golf Club, followed by a dinner reception for golfers and sponsors at the Inverary Resort. Marjorie and her team not only achieved the project cost of $24,000, they surpassed it by raising $43,500. The great success led the foundation to make a commitment to raise $250,000 for the hospital foundation. I rise today to give special thanks to Marjorie, her team, the golfers, and their supporters. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, may I make an introduction?
Permission granted.
Thank you. Today in the House, in the gallery opposite, we have joining us Raksha Bayana. Raksha is the CEO and co-founder of the Bayana Family Foundation. She's visiting us from Thornhill, Ontario, and she's here this week in Halifax to celebrate the United Way Halifax Bayana Family Foundation Awards, which were presented on Monday at the Halifax Central Library. And I asked the members of the House to give Raksha a warm welcome and thank her for her generosity in honouring the workers in our social not-for-profit sector.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to the everyday heroes of our Nova Scotia communities, those who work in frontline jobs in the social not-for-profit sector, and to thank them for the contribution they make through their commitment, leadership, and creativity. On Monday, 7 of these individuals were honoured by United Way Halifax and the Bayana Family Foundation with an award that recognizes the extraordinary contributions they make in cities all across the country. Each person received a plaque and $1,000 for their dedication, innovation, leadership, teamwork, and partnership. Congratulations and thanks go to Kevin Little from the Public Good Society, Corey Wright from the John Howard Society, Bonnie Hill from Supportive Housing for Young Mothers, Jessie Dale from the Mobile Food Market, Carrie Plagenborg from Club Inclusion, Bev Cadam from the Canadian Mental Health Association, and Dave Green from Family SOS. And special thanks does go to Raksha Bayana and her family's foundation for recognizing the important and often unsung work of the everyday heroes of our not-for-profit sector. Thank you.
The honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to congratulate a local business owner in Clayton Park West that has done an amazing job at carrying on a legacy that precedes her by 4 decades. Jane Chen is the owner of Chinatown on the Bedford Highway and has been for the past 11 years. The restaurant moved its location down the road last April to take over the building that was once used by Feed Nova Scotia. The original Chinatown opened in 1971 by another Chinese-Canadian family. Chinatown has hosted countless dignitaries and important events in the Chinese community. I know that Chinatown has always supported the local community on numerous occasions, including their most successful annual fundraiser for thyroid cancer research in collaboration with the QE2 Foundation. As part of their grand opening in April, they donated $1 from each bill for the period of 3 months to the same cause. Mr. Speaker, would this House of Assembly join me in applauding Jane Chen on her countless milestones and success as a restaurant owner? Thank you.
The honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the legislature today to recognize 2 Pictou Centre constituents, Leslie Sobey and Terry Richardson. Special Olympics nominated Sobey and Richardson to receive 2 incredible awards in Toronto in November. Leslie will be presented with the Jim Thompson Award, which is given to an operational volunteer who has made a significant contribution to the Special Olympics movements locally, provincially, and nationally. Terry will receive the Harry Red Foster Award, which is presented to the individual who best exemplifies the spirit, philosophy, and goals of the Special Olympics movement. I would ask all members of this legislature to join me and thank Leslie Sobey and Terry Richardson for their years of dedication and commitment to the Special Olympics movement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to extend warm congratulations to Christine Saulnier, the candidate for the NDP in the federal riding of Halifax, on being recognized as a Green New Deal champion by Our Time. Our Time is a movement of young Canadians who are organizing to push for just, swift, and progressive action to address the climate crisis. They are researching their options, writing letters to the editor, attending and organizing debates, and making plans to vote for a Green New Deal. Across Canada, they have endorsed just 35 champions, candidates nominated through a grassroots process who they judge to be bold leaders, willing to take risks and work across party lines to tackle the climate emergency. Christine Saulnier now joins the NDP candidate and Dartmouth Cole Harbour, Emma Norton, as the only two Green New Deal champions in Nova Scotia. I wish her well in the upcoming election. Thank you.
The honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Aidan May Foundation of Hope is a nonprofit organization in Yarmouth whose mission is to provide supportive, safe, and non-judgmental environment where youth can receive support and guidance to navigate mental health and wellness. The foundation also provides peer support for parents so they can better navigate mental health supports for their children, ensuring a healthier quality of life for families. The Aidan May Foundation of Hope was established by Kelly and Scott Mitchell after the sudden and tragic loss of their daughter, Aidan. Aidan was a remarkable young woman and an active student, athlete, and volunteer. She was a dear friend to many and a beloved and cherished daughter and granddaughter. Her smile and spirit were a beacon of light to many, and she is missed terribly by all who had the privilege of knowing her. I ask the members of this House to join me in thanking Kelly and Scott Mitchell, who during their unimaginable grief established the Aidan May Foundation of Hope so they might help others. Our community is truly a better place because of people like them. Thank you.
The honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Dartmouth East resident Ken Hoffer. Ken served 35 years in the Royal Canadian Navy and continues to do great work after his service. He is the current president of the Society of Atlantic Heroes. This foundation provides housing and support to members of the Canadian Armed Forces and first responders who are facing emotional challenges and dealing with PTSD. Ken also volunteers for the Veterans Trainers who eradicate the use of child soldiers, a program that teaches veterans about the use of children in war. The program gives veterans the skills to help with the transition to civilian life. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Ken Hoffer for his service and all that he has done to better the lives of veterans in our community, and I ask all members of the House to recognize his outstanding service to Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this morning the federal NDP leader, Jagmeet Singh, attended the National Convention of the Canadian Union of Public Employees. Mr. Singh was greeted by over 3,000 cheering local union activists from across the country. As a member of CUPE, I am so glad that my union has worked hand in hand with the NDP to advance workers' rights and to create cherished social programs like public health care and public pensions. And we are also working together to fight for new universal programs like childcare. Together, the NDP and the Labour movement have made real progress toward fairness for the working class in this country. So I want to take a moment to thank the federal leader for taking time to visit the CUPE convention and for boldly articulating his vision of a fair and just Canada. I also want to thank the over 700,000 CUPE members from coast to coast who deliver the services Canadians rely on every day.
The honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Krista and Jim Stockman of Wildville, Lunenburg County, who represented Canada at the Special Olympic World Games held in Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates in March of this year. Krista, who is a member of Special Olympics Lunenburg Queens, had an incredible showing, capturing silver in level 4 individual stroke play in golf and 4th overall in the world. Jim, her dad, was her coach. It was an incredible finish considering that Krista has only been playing the sport for 2 years. Her dad, who has played little golf himself, says, "My biggest task was to learn the rules for all situations." He had a few sleepless nights. It was an amazing, awesome trip of a lifetime, according to Jim. Krista loved the theme parks and the extreme sand dune ride, and she enjoyed trading as many pins as possible with people she met from many countries. Krista and Jim are preparing for the 2021 National Games in Alberta. Congratulations to Krista and Jim Stockman on this exceptional achievement, and thank you for proudly representing Nova Scotia and Canada on the world stage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just before we go on to the next member statement, it was brought to my attention by the trustee clerk that I had forgotten to mention the topic of late debate for this evening at the moment of interruption, as submitted by the honourable member for Pictou West, the leader of the official opposition. The topic is therefore be it resolved that the Liberal government has failed to properly manage the Nova Scotia to Maine ferry contract, causing the loss of the 2019 sailing season, creating hardship for tourism operators and costing the province $19.9 million. The topic of late debate by the end, at the end of the business today. The honourable member for Argyle-Barrington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Janaea Nickerson, the first lady shooter to win the trap shooting handicap title at this year's Atlantic Amateur Trap Shooting Association Championships, held in Newfoundland on the Labor Day weekend. Janaea and her dad Herbie, both from Cape Sable Island in Shelburne County, came home with hardware. Herbie claimed the sub-veteran doubles and handicap trophies.
Order, please. The honourable member for Argyle-Barrington has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In handicap competition, the shooter can be anywhere from 19 to 27 yards away from the trap house that releases the clay pigeons. The father and daughter duo often compete throughout Nova Scotia and beyond at other competitions. They won't have to travel far next year for the ATA Championships, as it will be held in Yarmouth. Mr. Speaker, I encourage all members of the House of Assembly to join me in congratulating Janaea and her father Herbie for the recent wins at the Atlantic ATA Championships. Thank you.
The honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Mr. Speaker, for over 40 years, the Dartmouth General Hospital has provided health care to people in Dartmouth and the surrounding areas, including the many military service people who live in our communities. I, like many Canadians, was troubled to learn that the federal Liberal government has cut funding to hospitals for the care provided to people serving in the Canadian Forces. The federal government decision almost certainly will exacerbate the already stretched beyond capacity status of our health care generally and our hospitals specifically. One regional hospital located near a base in Ontario estimates this change could cost them $3.4 million. I hope all members of this House will join the NDP caucus in opposing these cuts and ensure the many Nova Scotians who serve in the Canadian Forces get the health care they need.
The honourable member for Bedford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Evelyn Perry is a dedicated volunteer for a number of organizations in our community. Evelyn is a regular volunteer with Meals on Wheels. She's also deeply involved in her church. If there's a summer Bible camp, Evelyn will be there volunteering in the kitchen. She's organized craft groups as well as special teas. She's a Eucharistic administrator and a training member of the Altar Guild. She organizes the church's yearly garage sale. Evelyn helps coordinate receptions after funerals and other church events. She's taught Sunday school and served as its superintendent. She's a member of the Mothers Union at Beacon House, which helps teens in crisis, and she participates in worship at a seniors facility. I'd like to thank Evelyn Perry for her service to all of these organizations and for her service to her fellow citizens of Bedford. She makes a real difference in our community.
The honourable member for Queens Shelburne.
Mr. Speaker, on October 2nd, Nova Scotians and Canadians were saddened by the loss of Elizabeth Cromwell. Elizabeth had a long career with the Children's Aid Society. A true visionary, she felt passionately, worked tirelessly, and believed unfailingly. The founding president of the Black Loyalist Heritage Society, she remained on its board until her passing. She was vital in the establishment of the Black Loyalist Centre in Birchtown and was called the Centre's matriarch and heartbeat. She also served on the board of the Black Cultural Society of Nova Scotia. In 2017, Elizabeth was appointed to the Order of Canada for her contributions to preserving Black history, Black heritage and education in Nova Scotia. She was also honoured with the Order of Nova Scotia, the Canada 125 Medal, Queen Elizabeth II Diamond Jubilee Medal, an honorary degree from Mount St. Vincent and Dalhousie Universities. Mr. Speaker, Elizabeth will be remembered for a life of vision, hard work, compassion, and love. We hold her loved ones in our thoughts, and may we all aspire to live our lives such as she lived. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cape Breton-Richmond.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Permission granted.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to bring the House's attention to the West Gallery. where up in the corner there of the West Gallery, I have two of my assistants who I would ask to stand up, which they already are, and I have Cassandra David, who is my assistant in Cape Breton Richmond, who I want to thank very much for rolling with the punches here, especially in the last few weeks. I also want to mention that Cassandra is about to become the commanding officer for the 235 Royal Canadian Sea Cadet Corps in Arishat, which is a huge responsibility, and I congratulate her on that posting. I'd also like to introduce my assistant, Mr. Charles Bosdet, who is a former business process troubleshooter and legal journalist, which has come in very handy. I appreciate both their input into my office in the last little while, and would like to give a warm welcome and ask the members to do so as well in this House.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Richmond.
Mr. Speaker, the Government of Nova Scotia is committed to a healthy, safe and supportive workplace and is committed to providing a work environment that values diversity and where all persons are treated with respect and dignity. Mr. Speaker, we all know that this basic value is not always in place at every workplace. That is why, Mr. Speaker, in Nova Scotia we have the Respectful Workplace Policy, which provides the right to all employees to work in an environment free from harassment, sexual harassment and discrimination. Mr. Speaker, our Respectful Workplace Policy has the intention of promoting employee involvement in resolving situations, but as we know, some employees feel helpless and feel that asking for help is a sign of weakness, or worse yet, when they ask, they are denied. Mr. Speaker, in a time of education and awareness campaigns on assault, harassment and anti-bullying, we need to do better, Mr. Speaker. We need to support those who speak up for themselves and never permit their voices to be silenced. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last night the national TV crew was interviewing staff and patients at the emergency department in Truro. The segment being filmed was focused on the healthcare crisis in Nova Scotia and the extent to the federal parties, to the extent that the federal parties are offering solutions. In all my years working in the healthcare system, I cannot recall a single time that a television crew has been allowed into a working hospital to document the conditions, but I believe the crisis in Nova Scotia has reached a point where all bets are off. Doctors and nurses alike were talking to the journalists about the conditions they are providing care in because they feel they have no choice but to draw public attention to this situation. One of the nurses said, "We don't come to work hoping that we're going to make people wait 8 hours. We do our best, but we're faced with conditions that we just can't deal with." Mr. Speaker, the crisis in our healthcare system is real and must be addressed by this government because without action, things are only going to continue to get worse.
The honourable member for Grace Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Buster Boy, Jumper Boy, Skater Boy, Yankees Boy, Fortnite Boy, and Magoo. Just some of the nicknames for today's birthday boy. Daniel Jeffrey McClellan turned 6 years old today. He is, of course, paying attention and working really hard in Miss Oliver's grade 1 class at St. Anne's Elementary as we speak. Be good, bye. He will celebrate today with his big sister Georgia and cousins Nadara and Liam. I'm sure they will be bouncing off the walls this evening after they muck a chocolate cake. Good luck to their mom and Aunt Tanya when they're putting them to bed. I want to wish Daniel a happy birthday. Love you, Magoo. And Mr. Speaker, I think I can speak for all of us when I say these are the rough times when you're in Halifax being a legislature doing important work. You miss a lot of big things. So to Daniel and all of our families, we miss you when we're here. We love you. Happy birthday, bud.
The honourable member for Cumberland South.
Mr. Speaker, how can I follow that? I rise today to acknowledge the Anne Murray Centre's 30th anniversary on July 28th. The Anne Murray Centre has had over 500,000 visitors since it opened in July 1989. It is now the longest operating centre dedicated to Canadian music artists in this country. Anne met her VIP fans from throughout the world during her annual meet and greet and luncheon at the Community Centre, which I graciously accepted the invite. Please join me in congratulating the Anne Murray Centre on their countless success and community commitment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Colchester North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The first Oktoberfest in Tatamagouche, Colchester North was held in 1980, upstairs at the North Shore Recreation Centre. It was hosted by Claire and Dieter Mueller with about 85 people in attendance. A German couple dressed in full Bavarian dress moved from table to table playing their accordions. It was so popular that as people left, they wanted to buy tickets for the following year. The next year, attendance grew to 129 people. Mr. Speaker, German music, German food, and traditional costumes give this festival an authentic feel and have led to its success. In 1983, the Muellers and 3 other people formed the North Shore Bavarian Society, and Oktoberfest has continued to grow and has become a major yearly event at the North Shore. This year, approximately 3,000 people attended. Quite a grow, Mr. Speaker, from the original 85. The North Shore Bavarian Society has donated to projects such as the purchase of new stage and storage container at the Rec Centre, $5,000 to the enhancement of the Tatamagouche Regional Academy, and $4,000 to the Tatamagouche Road Train. The Society also awards bursaries annually to high school graduates totaling $2,000. This year, in the 40th anniversary of Oktoberfest, our congratulations to Claire and Dieter Mueller for founding the Oktoberfest celebrations, sharing their German heritage, and bringing entertainment and pleasure to so many people.
The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize Jordan McManaman of Amherst. He helped to raise $1,400 in memory of his friend Christopher Baxter. The money will go towards mental health and addictions. He achieved this by holding a skateboard competition to honor his friend, who was one of the founders of the Amherst Skate Park. Jordan wanted to add some light to a tragic moment. This money will go towards to help mental health programs as well as to assist its clients. Jordan has shown great care and generosity towards the community as he wishes to help those struggling. The pain of the loss of life caused by mental illness is felt every day by Christopher's parents, Tammy and Peter, by their family and friends. We must do more to ensure help is there to those in need. Mr. Speaker, please join me today in thanking Jordan for his kindness in his work to assist others in the community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Clare Digby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As many other Nova Scotians, I love living in a small Nova Scotian town. What may surprise people from urban areas is the type of activities available to the residents of our rural communities. For example, 9 years ago, Doris Terrio of Metegan Centre saw a group playing ukuleles at the Nova Scotia Tattoo and decided to form such a group in Clare. Named the Ukuleles of Clare, this group is now 28 members and a waiting list of people wanting to join. They tend to be retired women, some who have never had a chance to learn to play music when they were young. Over the years, while learning and playing together, the women have formed close friendships within the group. The ukuleles meet once a week to practice and usually perform somewhere in the community a couple of times a month. They often play at the local benefits and have performed for the residents of La Ville-Acadienne. 9 years later, the group continues to play music because one person thought it would be fun to form a ukulele group in our area, and I'd like to thank Doris for that work. Thank you.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, July 27, 2019 was an important occasion in North Sydney. That date marked the 100th birthday of a true fixture of our community, Miss Rose Lamy. Rose celebrated her special day in the way that she loves the most, at home surrounded by friends, family, and neighbours. Our community is so lucky to have Rose in our lives, knowing that you will never be greeted with anything other than a smile, and nothing makes her happier than sitting down to have a long chat. More communities could use people like Rose Lamy, and I'm glad to be able to formally wish her the happiest 100th birthday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to take a moment to talk about the exceptional NDP candidate running to be the next Member of Parliament for my community of Dartmouth Cole Harbour. Emma Norton is a listener and a fighter. She has made her career in energy efficiency, and she's helped bring people's energy bills down through her work on retrofitting homes and buildings in Nova Scotia and advocating for policy change in Ottawa. Her work has allowed her a real understanding of the seriousness of the climate crisis and the real solutions that can address it, an understanding of the housing crisis in Dartmouth and across the country, and an understanding of the particular health needs of people in Dartmouth. Emma is a climate champion. She's been endorsed by Our Time, a coalition of young people across Canada who are making sure climate action and the Green New Deal are at the forefront of the upcoming federal election. Emma and the NDP candidate in Halifax, Christine Saunier, are the only Nova Scotian candidates to be endorsed by Our Time. Mr. Speaker, I wish Emma all the best in the campaign, and I look forward to working alongside her as she takes her seat in the House of Commons. Thank you.
The honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an incredible individual who recently received a Bachelor of Arts and Nonprofit Leadership Certificate at Mount St. Vincent's Spring Convocation. Casey Perrin, Casey Perrin, period. Not only did Casey maintain a 3.93 GPA, she was also the valedictorian of her graduating class. In 2011, Casey graduated from NSCC with her certificate in office administration, and around that same time she was involved in an ATV accident that left her paralyzed. As Casey wanted to continue with her university career, she chose the Mount because of its reputation as a safe, comfortable, and supportive learning environment. In addition to her academic achievements, Casey is known in Nova Scotia and Canada for her success in global wheelchair athletics. She has traveled all over the world to compete and most recently brought home a bronze medal in the Canada Summer Games of 2017. I could go on, but close in stating what an inspiration she is to all of us who have the pleasure of knowing her. And I'd ask the members of this House, Mr. Speaker, to join me in wishing Casey the best of luck in all of her future endeavours. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the volunteers at Knox United Church in Lower Sackville for recognizing the need to provide free meals to the less fortunate in the community by way of the Freedom Kitchen. Freedom Kitchen is an 8-month pilot project which began this past Monday, October 7th, under the direction of Caroline Gallup and Renee Murphy, co-chairs of the Food Truck Project, whereby a truck donated by the Salvation Army is set up at Acadia Park by the Sackville Library in Lower Sackville from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. to hand out free meals to those in need. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask all members of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly to join me to thank and take this opportunity to wish the organizers the best of luck as they continue this worthwhile project and thank them for making efforts to improve the lives of others in our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hants East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're all aware of the impact that organizations such as 100 Men Who Give a Damn or the 100 Women Who Care have on local charitable organizations. It is invaluable. In the Hants East, the local chapter of 100 Women Who Care hit a major milestone at the last meeting. They have helped raise over $100,000 for charities in the surrounding area. These funds have gone for many things. For example, programming with the local family resource center, nutritious food options at the various food banks in our area, mental health initiatives, housing upgrades for low-income residents, and last but not least, hospice care in East Hants. Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize the important role that these organizations, such as 100 Women Who Care, have in our communities and ask that members of this House join me in congratulating them on hitting this great milestone and thank them for their continued efforts to better the lives of the people in our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to bring recognition to Brantford Broom, Chief Petty Officer 2nd Class, veteran of the Royal Canadian Navy, for his dedication in coordinating HRM's annual National Peacekeeping Day event in Dartmouth once again. The World Peace Pavilion located at the Dartmouth Ferry Terminal was the perfect location for this special event. In 2008, Canada named August 9th as National Peacekeepers Day. The day was chosen in memory of 9 passengers and crew who were killed while traveling aboard a United Nations aircraft during a peacekeeping mission in the Middle East. The aircraft was shot down on August 9, 1974, and was the largest single-day loss during a peacekeeping mission. I ask all members of the Legislative Assembly to join me in thanking Brantford Broom, all veterans and current military personnel for all that they do to keep us safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Guysborough Eastern Shore Tracadie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in recognition of the Shedabucto Education Centre Guysborough Academy Unified Basketball Team that proudly represented us at the 2019 Special Olympic Youth Invitational Games. Our wonderful athletes were off in far-flung Ontario, competing at the University of Toronto Gold Ring Centre, where they demonstrated their exceptional sportsmanship and athletic abilities. competing in the 3-on-3 unified basketball event, Shetibukto Education Centre Guysborough Academy team brought a fierce competitive spirit to all their games and by all accounts were impressive on the court. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate these hard-working athletes for their perseverance and dedication to the game. They represented us well, made us proud, and were the best ambassadors of our fine province. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cape Breton-Richmond.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a motion.
The honourable member for Cape Breton-Richmond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, whereas I, as a member of the House of Assembly, achieved barrier-free compliance as of June 12, 2018.
Order, please. Is this a notice of motion? I'd like to remind the member that the agenda item notices of motion is passed and it would require the unanimous consent of the House to revert back to notices of motion. The honourable member for Cape Breton-Richmond.
I'll bring up a point of order, Mr. Speaker, because I did send you notification, and it says right here in the rules book that a member can bring up a matter concerning arising out of either oral questions put by members or ministers in respect of which he has given a notice of his intention or any other matter that I give you basically a notification of. And I sent you an email over an hour or about an hour before we sat in this chamber at 1 o'clock.
Right, for a notice of motion, and that agenda item has passed for today's daily routine. If the member wishes to bring that up tomorrow under notices of motion, you're more than welcome. The opportunity is closed for today.
A lot of for today, Mr. Speaker.
We'll now move on to oral questions put by members to ministers, and we will add 3 minutes to the end of question period. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow, representatives of the PC caucus will be back in court in an effort to discover the management fee that the province is paying for a ferry that's not even running. The management fee is somewhere embedded in the $11.4 million that's being shuffled over to the operator in respect of the service that's not operating. The former privacy commissioner stated that the government should share this information, but the government has refused. The Premier has the ability to save a lot of time, effort, and money if he would simply comply with the directive of the Privacy Commissioner's office and release the management fee. He could do it today. I'd like to ask the Premier, will the Premier finally release the management, the amount of the guaranteed profit his government is paying to the operator for a ferry that's not even running in the form of a management fee?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, our government continues to ensure that we grow the rural economy across this province, Mr. Speaker. We know the ferry is part of that, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member is taking the private sector to court, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, he stood outside of this House suggesting the Premier should not be travelling to China so that we continue to grow the exports that we see that have been growing through the roof, Mr. Speaker. I want to see members of that caucus who stand on wharves across this province talking about the price of lobster and the fact, Mr. Speaker, that we continue to grow an export market to stand by that leader, or are they going to stand by the fishermen in their communities?
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
I think they're going to stand by common sense that says anyone that invests $20 million for zero return, not one tourist, they understand that's not right, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, there was again discussion in this House about rebuilding healthcare infrastructure in the province, but like the ferry contract, the Premier doesn't want to share with Nova Scotians the Deloitte report that outlines why his choice is the best choice. The Premier is asking Nova Scotians, just trust me. He says, just trust me, I'll sign a good deal. We know where that lands, Mr. Speaker. We're looking at $2 billion on a new healthcare, 30 years of payments in trust. That's a lot to ask, Mr. Speaker. If the Premier is so confident that he's on the right track with the redevelopment plan, why won't he be more transparent about the process?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, in a by-election, Mr. Speaker, at Argyle, Barrington, Mr. Speaker, he told the people of that community he was with the ferry, Mr. Speaker. Now he's taking the company into court, Mr. Speaker. He told the people in rural Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker,
Order, please. The Honourable Premier has the floor.
Speaker, he told those in, Mr. Speaker, in Cape Breton.
Please. The Honourable Premier has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, he told those in Cape Breton he was in favour of trading, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, he speaks out against it, Mr. Speaker. The reality of it is, Mr. Speaker, he has no plan. His only plan is to say one thing in one community, something else in another. But one thing is certain. He's continuing to attack the economy of this province, Mr. Speaker. It has never been stronger, and we're going to continue to grow it.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
One thing is for certain, Mr. Speaker. 4 times the Premier's called by-elections, 4 times the people have spoken loud and clear. He doesn't have the courage to call the 5th one. He doesn't have the courage to call the 5th one, Mr. Speaker, because he knows how Nova Scotians feel about his record. This Premier won't let us fully examine.
I'd like to remind the Honourable Member is calling into question the character and the courage of another member, which is unparliamentary. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Premier won't let us fully examine the deal he's made with Bay Ferries. The Premier doesn't want to share why he's decided to pursue the P3 model in respect to the QE2 redevelopment. And on numerous occasions, his government has refused to put forward a cost envelope around the liability that his government has assumed in respect to the collapsed crane. When will this government start to learn the lesson to be transparent with Nova Scotians? Will the Premier at least tell us why he won't share with Nova Scotians his estimate of the cost of the crane removal.
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, will the honourable member be consistent, Mr. Speaker? Is he with us when it comes to the investment in the healthcare structure, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, because in Cape Breton, he actually told the community he was with us. Is he against us today, Mr. Speaker? I think the members that ran for him deserve to know where he stands. Is he with those communities that are getting the infrastructure investment, Mr. Speaker? Is he or not? Is he with those rural communities, Mr. Speaker, that have record exports in seafood, Mr. Speaker? He stands against it, Mr. Speaker. The reality of it is he says one thing one day and one thing another, Mr. Speaker. That's not leadership, Mr. Speaker. That's a weather vane.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker.
Order, please. The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, a private consortium has asked the government to contribute $120 million over 30 years towards the cost of a sports stadium in Shannon Park. Now, last week, the Premier said that we would not be looking at general revenue of the province as the source for such a project, but that other sources of revenue could be looked at. One suggestion that has been made by the promoters of this project is a tax on accommodations and car rentals. But yesterday, the Tourism Industry Association said this: the indiscriminate suggestion that we should increase tax on all visitors using accommodation and car rentals to fund a private sector venture is completely inappropriate. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask, is it still the Premier's position that he's willing to consider these kinds of revenue sources to provide $120 million for a privately owned sports stadium?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, thanks very much for the question. Mr. Speaker, the member raises very important questions. I said to him earlier that there's a proposal now before Halifax Regional Council are looking at it. He highlighted part of that proposal where the proponent talked about potential sources of revenue. We made no commitment, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, Statistics Canada data show that in 2017, in the federal riding that Shannon Park is a part of, the number of children living below the poverty line was 3,920. Now, between 2015 and 17, our province was the only province in Canada where child poverty actually got worse. So I want to ask the Premier, how could his government possibly give any consideration to the thought that a football stadium is a higher priority than 3,920 low-income kids?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable for the question. The reality of it is, Mr. Speaker, through the Ministry of Community Services, we continue to make investments in those families who require support through income assistance. You would know, Mr. Speaker, the unemployment rate in this province has never been lower since I've been recording it, Mr. Speaker. That means job opportunities that we're seeing created. We're seeing many young people move back to find opportunities for themselves in this province, growing our economy. Our population is at an all-time high, and it's getting younger, Mr. Speaker. It's the first time since 1964 that the average age of this province has gone down. Those are all positive signs of a growing economy. He does highlight we need more work to do, and that's why the minister is doing the transformation around income assistance. And we're continuing to make sure that we provide good economic opportunities, good jobs through the private sector to help grow. That's why these exports matter, Mr. Speaker. It's revenue coming back in to grow opportunities.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to bring a word from the world of economic reality. While this private consortium is asking the government for $120 million, all kinds of families in Dartmouth are struggling for their housing. 3,057 households in the federal riding that Shannon Park is part of today are paying more than 50% of all the money they take in towards their rent. Mr. Speaker, in our view, 3,057 households struggling to keep a roof over their head is a much higher priority than $120 million for a private sports stadium. What about this is not obvious to the Premier?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, it's why we continue to make investments in housing, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Municipal Affairs just signed with the national government a new housing strategy, Mr. Speaker, over the next 10 years. The Honourable Member know the budgets he's been voting against have rent subs in them. I committed to him that I would look at whether or not those should be adjusted. Those are to ensure that we provide opportunities. He is highlighting the fact, Mr. Speaker, with the growth that is happening, with the economic boom in Nova Scotia that's been taking place, Mr. Speaker, it has put pressure on some of the housing opportunities in terms of affordability. That's why we're looking at new options and new opportunities to ensure that we're responding to the needs of those individuals.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The ferry, the QE2 rebuild, the crane, I could go on, but this is just 3 examples that should be examined by the Public Accounts Committee, or were there and should be there again, Mr. Speaker. But they can't be examined because this government neutered the ability of the Public Accounts Committee about a year ago. They have removed an important instrument of accountability, an important check on the government, because it became an inconvenience for them to talk about and defend their decisions. My question for the Premier: does he understand that by restricting the Public Accounts Committee, he's placed his own political peril with actual financial peril of the province?
The Honourable Premier.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member is saying one thing today and something else later. He tells us we should listen to the Auditor General. It's the Auditor General's recommendations that talked about the Public Accounts Committee. Mr. Speaker, we instituted, Mr. Speaker, a health committee that deals with the large budget, which they voted against, Mr. Speaker. Which is it? Once again, Mr. Speaker, he says one thing one day and then something else when he thinks it's okay politically for him.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, there's a simple solution to this. If the Premier was confident in the decisions he was making, he would be transparent with Nova Scotians. If the Premier was confident in the decisions he was making, he would restore the Public Accounts Committee to its rightful status. He would bring back weekly meetings. He would bring back the wide-ranging scope that members had to review topics. Mr. Speaker, the Premier would let the legislature examine these issues. He would let us review and give Nova Scotians some idea as to what he was doing. He could even bring the Public Accounts Committee back, and he could let the Environment Minister keep his seat in Cabinet, Mr. Speaker. It's okay with us. Will the Premier commit today to restoring the full mandate of the Public Accounts Committee?
Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition is asking me to overrule the Auditor General, Mr. Speaker. That is absolutely ridiculous. That's what happens when Tories are in power. Fact of the matter is, that was the Auditor General's recommendation, Mr. Speaker. They should look in the public accounts. Mr. Speaker, the public account says, Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General said they should be reviewing his, Mr. Speaker, his reports, Mr. Speaker. We continue to do so. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, please. The Honourable Premier has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General's recommendation, Mr. Speaker, were put forward. That's what they do. But on top of that, Mr. Speaker, we put a health committee, Mr. Speaker, the only party, the only government in history of this province to do so, Mr. Speaker. And by the way, we televised it, Mr. Speaker. On top of that, Mr. Speaker, so will the other committees in this province be televised. How more open and transparent can you be? Listen to the Auditor General and then let Nova Scotians view through their TV to see it.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, we learned yesterday that the federal government has cut reimbursements for military service members' health care. Now, these cuts could leave local hospitals like the Dartmouth General that serve an awful lot of service people short millions of dollars annually. The quality of care provided to service people and the quality of care provided to everybody will be compromised if our hospitals are left short of funds. So, Mr. Speaker, can the Premier confirm that the province has agreed to take on these additional costs that are the federal government's responsibility?
The Honourable Premier.
No, Mr. Speaker, I cannot confirm that. Mr. Speaker, I can confirm that the federal minister last night said that no facility, no province will be worse off.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, this isn't the first time that health care funding arrangements between our provincial and our federal Liberal governments have put Nova Scotia in a bad position. In 2017, the Premier broke from the rest of the provinces to take a wholly inadequate health funding deal from Prime Minister Trudeau, a deal which is costing us $1 billion over a 10-year period. Mr. Speaker, is the Premier a Liberal first and a Nova Scotian second when it comes to our relationship with Ottawa funding health care?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, let me be clear, Mr. Speaker. It would be important for the honourable member to recognize there's a 3% increase in escalator in that health that he's referring to, the health contract. You'd also recognize, if you're paying attention to the national campaign, there are a number of parties recommending the same issue that went forward, Mr. Speaker. That was investment in mental health, Mr. Speaker, as well, Mr. Speaker, dealing with making sure that people were able to age in place. Those are all important things that I know the honourable member cares about, Mr. Speaker, but the reality of it is, Mr. Speaker, my job is to defend the interests of all Nova Scotians, not just those who voted for me or those against me, Mr. Speaker. It's why I continue to grow. It's why I continue to grow jobs, Mr. Speaker, in rural Nova Scotia. It's why I continue to travel, Mr. Speaker. It's why I continue to make sure that the unemployment rate goes down in this province, and the population goes up, Mr. Speaker. I don't just go look for Liberals for those jobs, Mr. Speaker. As a matter of fact, even those by-elections I didn't win, Mr. Speaker, we're still going to represent the interests of those people and go to China and ensure that we continue to export their product.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to refer the House to a letter that the Minister of Health and Wellness tabled last week. The letter was written by the Minister of Finance on behalf of the NSLC, and it was to the Federal Health Minister. The letter acknowledges global concerns over the negative health impacts of vaping, but the concern raised by the Minister seems primarily focused on the financial impact to the province. The minister doesn't want to be left with products in inventory that Health Canada may subsequently ban. That was the focus of the letter. They want to make sure that if they bought it, they could then resell it. Mr. Speaker, my question for the Premier, are his government's concerns regarding cannabis vaping products really only focused on the financial impact of the province?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member is, Mr. Speaker, at every opportunity stretches any instance of what might be happening here, Mr. Speaker. The reality of it is, we asked the federal government, what is Health Canada going to authorize? Mr. Speaker, it is up to Health Canada to determine which products go on the marketplace. I've said many times in this House since we began, that does not mean those products will be sold in the province. This has nothing to do, Mr. Speaker, with the honourable member is making a long leap towards, Mr. Speaker. This is everything to do ensuring that we're protecting the health of our province, Mr. Speaker, of the kids of this province, and at the same time making sure we're following the rules of Health Canada.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I'll retable the letter. Maybe the Premier will take a look. The letter very, very clearly says, as Nova Scotia Liquor Corporation will be purchasing these extract products from Health Canada producers, I urge you and your staff at Health Canada to provide immediate clarity on the legal sale of safe cannabis products for our vaping. Says they're buying them. Says they're buying them. They're buying them. They don't want to get stuck with them in inventory. The intent is very clear. The acting
Order,
commission.
Please.
Read the letter.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition has the floor.
FDA has stated, amid the 1,000 reports of lung injuries associated with vaping products, we are strengthening our message to the public that they should not use any vaping products containing THC. This is a very strong statement. The government's statement that is very strong as well. They're buying the products. They just don't want to get stuck with them. My question for the Premier is, will the Premier tell Nova Scotians today whether it is his intention or not to sell cannabis vaping products at the NSLC?
The Honourable Premier.
Speaker, the honourable member read part of that letter, Mr. Speaker. He answers his own question, Mr. Speaker. We're asking Health Canada, Mr. Speaker, to verify with the product. There's nothing to do with that, Mr. Speaker.
And Mr. Speaker, please. The Honourable Premier has the floor.
And Mr. Speaker, the honourable member has quoted from a letter and then had to retract it, Mr. Speaker. Mind you, Mr. Speaker, I don't know of a member on this side of those that had to follow those footsteps. I just want to remind the honourable member, make sure when he's reading the letter, Mr. Speaker, he understands the full impact and intent of what we said. The Honourable Minister of Finance, the minister responsible for this product, Mr. Speaker, has very clearly said we wanted Health Canada to outline that. That does not mean we are purchasing that product, Mr. Speaker. That we need to know what Health Canada's rules are around that product.
The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you one thing the Leader of our party has not done, and that's disrespect the independence of the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, one of the greatest factors in boosting the economy is growing the population. The Nova Scotia Office of Immigration, started by the Progressive Conservative government in 2005, has helped to do this. In fact, we recently saw that vision for our province reach our highest population ever. However, newly settled Nova Scotians soon discover taxes are higher here than other parts of the country. Many recall the 25% increase in provincial sales tax by by the NDP at a time when the federal Conservative government had given Nova Scotians a break by lowering the GST from 7% to 5%. That increases the cost of living for many Nova Scotian families by $500 to $1,000. When everyone west of Atlantic Canada is paying less in consumption tax, why hasn't this government acknowledged that this is a disadvantage to increasing our population?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the honourable member is, I don't know where the honourable member is going with this question. The reality is our population is at an all-time high, Mr. Speaker. Fact of the matter is unemployment is all-time low. We're getting younger, Mr. Speaker. We're seeing not only new Canadians, new Nova Scotians come to our province, Mr. Speaker, we're seeing people repatriate back home. This is a growing province, Mr. Speaker, a fourth consecutive balanced budget. We're going to continue to make sure, and Mr. Speaker, let me be clear, the last thing this government needs to do is take financial lessons from any Conservative government.
The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it wasn't so long ago that the finance minister over there was part of a progressive Conservative government that was balancing budgets. So I'll direct my question to her, Mr. Speaker. And where I'm going with this, Mr. Speaker, is has our population reached its potential? This is clearly an issue. Consumption taxes are an issue in this province. When you put it into the context of somebody new to Canada, many come with little, but many also come with a lot. Very few come with the things they need to live, like a couch, a car, a fridge, and so on. These are things that people need to buy, and, Mr. Speaker, they're paying more consumption tax when they're buying those goods. So, my question for the Minister of Finance, does the Minister have any plan to return Nova Scotians the HST relief most Canadians received back in 2008 when the federal government did reduce the GST?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to be on this side of the House, recognize not only the Minister of Finance, Mr. Speaker, but the Minister of Municipal Services, Mr. Speaker, who recognized, Mr. Speaker, that party was headed in the wrong direction, Mr. Speaker. This province couldn't afford to continue to go with a Conservative Party, and Mr. Speaker, joined with a group of like-minded Nova Scotians who delivered our fourth balanced budget, are growing our population, reducing, Mr. Speaker, unemployment, and providing hope for a generation of young Nova Scotians. They can live and work right here. And, Mr. Speaker, on top of that, they recognize they can compete in the global marketplace, unlike the leader of the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker, who believes we should all hide and isolate in our own hometowns.
The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to see what the Premier had to say back when the NDP were increasing the provincial sales tax. I bet you he wasn't in favour of it back then, but he's in favour of it today, now that the money is going into the pockets of his government. This remains an issue, Mr. Speaker. This remains an issue. Mr. Speaker, I want to move on. Another question for the Minister of Finance. A simple solution to boosting the economy is investments. Investments in jobs, research, investments in industry and technology. But government investment is only a temporary measure. It can move the needle. But business can struggle and fail when support disappears. What Nova Scotia needs as much as job creation is wealth creation. Among other things, a barrier to wealth creation is the fact that we have the highest tax bracket in the country for income tax outside of Quebec. Can the minister explain why Nova Scotia has and needs to have the highest top tax rate outside of Quebec for what she just described recently to me as having a conservative, a small c conservative premier?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Let me shake your hand.
I can't believe she called me small.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the question of taxation and the economy, we've made it very clear in our budgets that we have introduced, which, as the Premier has already said, were 4 consecutive balanced budgets. We're working on the 5th consecutive balanced budget. But I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, in those budgets, there were measures to support small business. There were measures there for the basic personal exemption. We will do, Mr. Speaker, what we can afford to do and still maintain a balance that allows us to make sure that we provide services and supports in health and education, community services, and other unexpected needs like frost freeze and like the crane.
The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, we here in the Progressive Conservative caucus aren't just interested in balancing budgets. We're interested in ensuring taxpayers are getting good value for their dollar. Mr. Speaker, It's not just the top earners who need to accumulate wealth. It's hardworking Nova Scotians at each of the 5 income tax brackets. Cost of living increases in wages and salaries should allow Nova Scotians to keep pace with things where prices are increasing with inflation. But this government's income tax rates are not indexed for inflation. So as their wages get higher, without any regard for the person needing to earn more money to pay for the same things the next year that are more expensive, Mr. Speaker, that little bit extra is not there for them because our tax rates are not indexed. And that money is, I'm going to move to my question. Can the minister state how much Nova Scotians would save in taxes? How much personal wealth would stay in individuals' pockets if the province were to index our tax rates?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to say, in addition to what the member has spoken about, all Nova Scotians are hard workers, and I want to commend them for the work they do every day. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that there are different wage levels, different patterns of wage, and there are different opportunities for Nova Scotians. We want to make sure that we have within our revenue the dollars that we need to make sure that those hardworking Nova Scotians do have the services and supports that they deserve and that their taxes will help to pay for.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Premier. Last week, I marched with over 300 people at Pictou Landing and hope that Boat Harbour will close on schedule. There were many young people at the march, marching for clean water and the future of their community. One of the youth, 16-year-old Cheyenne Denny, addressed the crowd. She said, quote, "We're trying to build trust and reconciliation, but we won't if they don't meet the deadline," end quote. Chief Andrea Paul, among many others, has expressed deep unease over the Premier's recent responses to the situation. We are now only 114 days until the deadline with no certainty from the Premier. Mr. Speaker, will the Premier explain how he will ensure that the Boat Harbour Act is enforced?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, the piece of legislation before the table, before the House, Mr. Speaker. There's a date in it. Mr. Speaker, there's nothing that I've seen before, Mr. Speaker, that date will be changing. But, Mr. Speaker, one of the things I know the members of Pictou Landing are grateful. They had a government that actually is committed to cleaning up Boat Harbour, unlike previous governments.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, over and over again, the Premier has deferred to the regulatory processes in the Boat Harbour legislation when asked to explain what Pictou County and Pictou Landing First Nation can expect to happen after January 31st, 2020. He says we have to follow the regulatory process and that the law is the law. But the laws are only good if they're enforced by the people in charge. The fact remains that the power to close Boat Harbour rests with the Premier. So, Mr. Speaker, I will ask again for the Premier to please explain how he will ensure that the Boat Harbour Act will be enforced.
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member know that bill was passed by all members of this House, Mr. Speaker. That bill was passed by all members of this House, Mr. Speaker, not just the Premier.
The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is to the Minister of Finance. The environment has obviously been a focus this House session. Between new legislation, protests in the streets, and conversations around the federal election, climate change is a daily issue. The federal government imposed its carbon tax on provinces, and although Nova Scotia's system is different, we are not exempt from opening our wallets. And while this government likes to talk about all the hard work Nova Scotians have already done, it's asking them to pay up again because the feds say so. My question, Mr. Speaker, is how much revenue has been collected to date through Nova Scotia's carbon tax programs?
The Honourable Premier.
Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for the question, Mr. Speaker. He would know there's a cap and trade system inside the province of Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotians have made a commitment decades ago to ensure that they would continue to green up this province. We're leading the country when it comes to GHG reduction. We're leading the country when it comes to waste diversion, Mr. Speaker. What we wanted to make sure as a government, Mr. Speaker, that those ratepayers and those taxpayers, Mr. Speaker, were respected and got credit for what they had already achieved, Mr. Speaker, by doing the work. And that's why our system, Mr. Speaker, protects the pocketbooks of Nova Scotians.
The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has stated that Canada is not on pace to meet the Paris Agreement goals. I have this report I'd like to table. The provincial carbon tax at 0.9 cents per litre on fuel may seem small, but it represents so much more. It represents a policy that has been made so many compromises with itself it is ineffective. Nova Scotians have seen rising gas prices for more than a decade and have adjusted their behaviour accordingly, but at some point you simply cannot reduce further consumption. At 0.9 cents per litre, the carbon tax isn't going to affect behaviour, it will only affect cost. My question, Mr. Speaker, is will the minister acknowledge that the carbon tax is a poorly conceived measure that simply takes money out of the pockets of everyday Nova Scotians?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, again, as I said in my first question, we have a cap and trade system, Speaker, here, not a carbon tax, Mr. Speaker. That is what's happening next door in other provinces, Mr. Speaker. I want to remind the honourable member, this government worked very hard to ensure that the work that Nova Scotians have been doing for the last decade or more have been recognized by the national government, Mr. Speaker, and that's why we have a cap and trade system that is a Nova Scotia solution to our challenges. We know there's more work to do. We're going to continue, Mr. Speaker, to continue to green up our economy, and we'll look for the opportunities. You would also know as part of that, there's a green fund that money would be put back in to create opportunities within the green economy, and we continue to work with Nova Scotians on their own domestic carbon footprint to help reduce and green up their own properties.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A follow-up question to the Minister of Finance. The carbon tax is making life more expensive for Canadians, and Nova Scotians are no exception. The impact of the carbon tax and the Made in Nova Scotia cap and trade system is not limited to higher prices at the pump, but higher prices on everything. In a province that already has such a high cost of living, folks with the least room to move in their budgets are getting hit the hardest. Seniors on a fixed income and low-income families are being asked to pay more for food as the costs of industry trickle down. My question for the minister, has the department conducted a comprehensive impact assessment of the effects of the carbon tax on food prices in Nova Scotia?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as has been stated here by the Premier, I hope the member understands there is no carbon tax in Nova Scotia.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Mr. Speaker, part of the reason food costs are under increasing stress is the carbon tax increases the cost to transport food from other provinces. Unfortunately, the higher price they pay at the pump, the higher price we pay to feed our families. Producing more food locally has the potential to offset these increased food prices, but we continue to lag in the area of encouraging local support. My question, Mr. Speaker, is where is the government's response to the rising prices of food due to the carbon tax?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member does talk about local food production, and we certainly work very hard with our fishers, with our farmers, to make sure that they can grow the quality and quantity of their products, and that is what we want to make sure, is that we have local produce that local people can buy locally.
The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I would like to ask the Minister of Transportation for an update on the tax that's being charged on all traffic going through Cumberland and Colchester through the Cobequid Pass. Under the leadership of Progressive Conservative leader John Hamm, we were on track to have the road known as the Cobequid Pass paid off in 2019. And I'll table this document, which are the financial documents from 2016 that say the forecasted repayment of all costs and liabilities related to the facility is in 2019. The Western Alignment Act clearly states the tolls are to be removed once the costs and liabilities are paid. My question to the minister is, can he update this House when the costs and liabilities are expected to be paid and the tolls to be removed on the Cobequid Pass?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for the question. The analysis continues with regard to the position we're in terms of retiring the bonds associated with the Cobequid Pass, and we stick to our commitment that we will be removing the tolls for Nova Scotia motorists down the road. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you. I would like to ask the minister, what is the definition of down the road? It'd be nice to know what the timeline is. I represent the citizens of Cumberland North, and I can tell you they're tired of paying this extra tax that no one else in the province has to pay Truckers, fishermen, people in the forestry industry do not have to pay this tax to take their product to market like the people in Cumberland North. I would like to table another document, the financial statements from 2018 that say now, under the Liberal government, under your government, the forecasted repayment date of all costs and liabilities has now changed to 2026. Why is that? Today, the Premier stated that he is Premier for all citizens of Nova Scotia, not just the Liberal-held areas. When will this government put their money where their mouth is and remove this unfair tax to the citizens of Cumberland North?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member opposite for the question. I'd like to point out the fact the twinning of that highway and the twinning of all the highways that were involved in Nova Scotia saves lives. And there is an alternate route available to everybody to travels through Cumberland County, which there is no toll on. So and I have tabled information in the House previously that shows that it is actually saving money for the commercial traveller and for the motoring public to take the tolled highway. Thank you.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Service Nova Scotia and Internal Services. At the end of September, we learned that the government would be spending $28.5 million to buy and renovate the former Newbridge Academy site in Dartmouth and turn it into a school for the Conseil Scolaire Acadien Provincial. Part of the deal the government made with the Newbridge building owner, Donald McDonald, was that his company, Dora Construction, would be given a $10 million contract to complete renovations on the building. Mr. Speaker, was the Minister's department involved in the tender for the $10 million in renovations for Newbridge Academy?
The Honourable Minister of Internal Services.
I'd like to thank the member for the question. That particular procurement was not a procurement, it was a real estate transaction, so it fell under transportation.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
That particular procurement was not a procurement. Mr. Speaker, we fully recognize the need to make investments to address increasing enrollment within the CSIP. However, we have concerns about the lack of transparency in decision-making for this investment, which was not included in the 5-year school capital plan, to which we've been pointed to over and over. The government's procurement website clearly states that for projects $100,000 and over for construction, departments must work with procurement to conduct a competitive process. Mr. Speaker, can the minister explain how a $10 million untendered construction contract complies with the government's procurement policies?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I couldn't be any prouder than the acquisition of that particular facility in the interests of the CSAP and the children of Nova Scotia. It illustrates the nimbleness of our government to be able to respond to opportunities that displaces millions and millions of dollars worth of future costs and gives a wonderful facility to the children of this province. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Premier. Back in 2013, when the Premier wasn't promising a doctor for every single Nova Scotian, he had another promise: break the monopoly. Mr. Speaker, the Premier has managed to wrestle the power rate beast down to where Nova Scotians are paying only the 3rd highest in Canada. I can table the NR Canada data that shows as the 3rd highest in Canada. And this fall, we're looking at a further increase, could be 2%, in a province where fewer than 1/2 of people are receiving a pay increase. The cost of living keeps going up and up. My question for the Premier: is it fair that Nova Scotians have the 3rd highest power rates in Canada?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for the question. He highlights the fact, Mr. Speaker, our government has stabilized energy prices in the province of Nova Scotia. He would recognize the last time the Conservatives were in power, Mr. Speaker, power rates escalated beyond 30%, Mr. Speaker, and the New Democratic Party was closer to 40%, Mr. Speaker. The reality of it is Mr. Speaker, energy prices are stable in this province. We're seeing growth in the economy. We're seeing new opportunities. More young people are seeing a future for themselves here. We're seeing business investments.
Please. The Honourable Premier has the floor.
We're seeing business investments, Mr. Speaker, in this province. All the outlooks, Mr. Speaker, see this province doing better than most Canadian provinces in economic growth, and we're going to continue to make sure that we provide opportunities. It's why, Mr. Speaker, we continue to travel to make sure we export our product, Mr. Speaker, so that we can continue to bring that money back here to grow jobs in this community at the private sector. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the Conservative Party is against, Mr. Speaker, anyone doing anything outside of our province.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the leader of the Progressive Conservative Party has more faith in our products than to think there's only one country in the world. The world is a lot bigger than just China, Mr. Speaker. But in the Premier's list, he left off a few other accomplishments that he might be proud of. The highest HST rate in Canada, maybe he's happy about that. The second highest income tax rates in Canada. The third highest power rates, 1, 2, 3, Mr. Speaker, all attributed to the Speaker. For all of the talk of balanced budgets, employment rates, seafood sales, Nova Scotians and average Nova Scotians are falling behind the rest of Canada in buying power and wealth in the area that truly matters. How much money they have left in their pocket at the end of the day. Nova Scotians are struggling. The Premier doesn't realize it, but everyone on this side of the House does. I'd like to ask the Premier, how does the Premier feel about Nova Scotians having the highest cost of living in the country?
The Honourable Premier.
Speaker, the fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, we're seeing the economic outlooks, Mr. Speaker, by independent analysis that sees Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker, leading the region. We're seeing wage growth inside of our province, Mr. Speaker. People are, Mr. Speaker, are making the decisions based with their wallets, Mr. Speaker, because they're coming back to live here, Mr. Speaker. We have seen an increase in our population. We've seen more people repatriated back inside of Canada, Mr. Speaker. The cohort between 18 and 34 is growing. The age of this province is going down, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member, Mr. Speaker, has to admit, Mr. Speaker, he always,
Order,
Mr. Speaker, has to be negative.
The Premier has the floor.
Always has to be negative, Mr. Speaker. He has attacked hardworking Nova Scotians, Mr. Speaker. When we go to China, Mr. Speaker, it's the private sector that joins us. When we go to the EU, Mr. Speaker, it is the private sector that joins us, Mr. Speaker. When we go into the United States, Mr. Speaker, it's the private sector that joins us. We are growing good economic opportunities, good jobs, Mr. Speaker, in the economy, and the honourable member is opposed, Mr. Speaker, for us exporting out of this province, Mr. Speaker. It's simply a recipe for failure. The Tories have tried it before, and it hasn't worked.
Hey. The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Mr. Speaker, my question is to the Minister of Community Services. Over this past spring, a coalition of 19 groups banded together to pressure the government regarding its approach to child poverty. The coalition believed that the government's approach ought to be replaced with measures to reduce rising poverty. As a reminder to those here, Statistics Canada figures show this, and I'll table it. That's more than 1 in 5 children living in poverty. And hearing today that given the continued comments about investing in and emphasis on the Nova Scotia economy by this government, will the minister tell us why Nova Scotia was alone in seeing child poverty rates rise?
The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank the honourable member for the question. When those Statistics Canada stats did come out, we thought they did not make sense. Quite frankly, the federal government has been making massive investments in Nova Scotian children. In 2017-18, it was nearly $600 million, Mr. Speaker. The numbers didn't make sense to us. That's why we've gone back to Statistics Canada and asked them to do a deep dive around this, because it doesn't make sense to us. And in my next answer, Mr. Speaker, I'll be happy to outline the steps that we are taking to reduce poverty among Nova Scotians. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Minister, for that response, and you'll get the opportunity. As sad and disheartening as those statistics are that I just mentioned, the situation is even worse relative to other provinces. Nova Scotia was the only province in the entire country that saw these child poverty rates increase in those recent surveys. The government has had 6 years to make an impact on those numbers, 6 years to improve the outcomes for the neediest of our children. But the poverty rate's just getting worse and worse. So, Mr. Speaker, Will the minister clarify as to what additional steps have been taken to help fight these child poverty rates within our province since the last session?
The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for the question, and as I indicated, we have gone back to Statistics Canada because we do believe that there's an error in that sample because it does not make sense. Now, I would point out, Mr. Speaker, that it does not include the investments that we make in our clients that are not an exchange of money, things like the free bus pass, for example. It doesn't include things like the Building Vibrant Communities grants, Mr. Speaker, that helps communities deal with issues like food insecurity. And I would note for this House that the most recent call for Building Vibrant Communities went out on October 1st. So if they have organizations in their communities that would like to participate in this, and I would point out, Mr. Speaker, we've made a number of investments since those particular statistics came out, including doubling the poverty reduction credit, and of course we're going to have the standard household rate coming in January of this year. Thank you.
The honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Health. Individuals who work in caregiving professions are sometimes among the lowest paid. The hours required are long, and the work is usually physically demanding. Professions like CCAs are becoming more and more necessary as the population of our province continues to age. The CCA bursary program was reinstated, but CCA wages haven't increased, leaving people to feel unmotivated at times to join the profession and fill the labour shortage. My question to the minister is this: has the government considered raising the base wage for CCAs as a way to fill the labour shortage? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. Indeed, we as a government share, and I personally share, the recognition of the important work that CCAs and other healthcare providers provide to the citizens of Nova Scotia each and every day. Mr. Speaker, the member would know that last year we had brought together an expert panel of advisors to look at the long-term care sector. Much of the advice and recommendations that they made focus in on workforce planning and acknowledging the challenges in some aspects of recruitment and training for CCAs. So, Mr. Speaker, we've started already on a number of those recommendations. The bursary is one, Mr. Speaker. Recently made some changes to the eligibility criteria to actually perform the work, Mr. Speaker, which will help us with international LPNs and other practitioners to come in. So we've taken a number of steps, Mr. Speaker, and we're committed to doing even more.
The honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to direct my supplementary to the Minister of Education. Another profession that involves important work that can be both emotionally and physically demanding is early childhood education. ECEs care for our children at a very important stage of their development, and just like our CCAs, their wages are low. ECEs are another profession in our province where people are crying out for help because we need so many more people working in the field, and the government isn't able to fill that need. We know, Mr. Speaker, the rushed implementation of pre-primary only further strained the staffing issues with early childhood educators. So my question for the minister is this: as the population continues to grow and ECEs are more and more in demand, has the Minister of Education started discussions to increase the floor wage for early childhood educators?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In fact, our government has already done that in our previous mandate. We almost doubled the subsidy to the regulated childcare sector, $26 million of which was to subsidize those private businesses and not-for-profits to increase their wages for early childhood educators. And we've seen the average wage for ECs in Nova Scotia as a result of that investment move from around $12 an hour, which was among the lowest in the country, to around $18 an hour, Mr. Speaker, which brings us at or above the national average in most cases. Furthermore, because we value the work of ECEs so much and recognize only 1 in 4 Nova Scotians are accessing their services, we brought in pre-primary. We've created 500 jobs in that space. We're training more people, and it's never been a better time to be an ECE in Nova Scotia. And we're looking forward to graduating another 200 this year from our NSCC campus.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Finance. We can agree that the craft beer industry is one of the highlights of the local economy over the last number of years. It has grown from just a handful of players to number 50 brewers from one end of the province to the other. but the retail sales markup allocation still disproportionately impacts craft brewers despite changes to the application, and I'd like to table this report. In fact, the Maritime Beer Accord allows brewers, including major players like the Labatt's, to produce beer outside the province and sell it here without paying the RSMA charged to craft brewers within the province. My question to the minister, why do craft brewers still have to pay the RSMA to the NSLC for sales of their product within the province when larger established brewers can simply get around it?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do want to say to all of those craft brewers, congratulations on growing the industry. We certainly have seen that. We certainly have seen a lot of growth in that industry, and to the member's question in particular, we continue to have conversation with the craft brewers about the RSMA, and we recognize that we need to support the small craft brewers in this province.
The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Mr. Speaker, my question to the minister is, what steps will the minister take to level the playing field so that out-of-province brewers pay the same markup fee that Nova Scotia brewers are forced to pay?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will repeat my first comment, my first question about what are we doing. We continue to work with craft brewers. We meet with them regularly. We know we are listening to what they have to say. We will respond because, I will repeat, we want to support the craft brew industry in this province.
Order, please. Time allotted for oral questions put by members to ministers has expired. Just before we move on to opposition business, the Honourable Member for Victoria the Lakes on an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I draw the members' attention to the West Gallery. We're joined this afternoon by a former colleague of some people in this legislature, but a colleague of a few of us for a number of years. I'd like to ask Rodney Chisholm to stand up and be recognized by the... Take him out, Rodney.
We'll now move on to opposition business. The Honourable House Leader for the official opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to call bills for second reading.
We'll now call bills for second reading.
I'd like to call Bill number 173, an act to amend the Education Act and the CSAP Act.
We'll now call Bill number 173, an act to amend the Education Act and the CSAP Act. The Honourable Member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is my honour to rise and speak on a very important piece of legislation. I believe that's before our House, before our legislature. Bill 173, an act to amend the Education Act and the CSAP Act with respect to our public school policy, grades 7 to 9, dealing with, of course, the content of the outcomes in our healthy living courses in junior high school. We deal, Mr. Speaker, in this chamber with very important pieces of legislation. I know for many members of this chamber, as parents and grandparents, certain pieces of legislation, I think, are of the utmost importance. And this piece of legislation brought forth by the member from Pictou West is a very important piece of legislation that I hope this government and the Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development takes time to examine. The bill, Mr. Speaker, is asking the government to bring forth curriculum on human trafficking. Now, Mr. Speaker, as a former teacher in Dartmouth, this is something that I'm all too familiar with. Hearing stories in the hallways, in the school that I taught at in Dartmouth, hearing stories in the classroom. We are talking about a frightening subject that is all too real for a great many young women, for a great too many Nova Scotians. We need to have the curriculum in our school connected to what is happening in society. I think we would all agree, for those of us in this House that are parents, we want our kids exposed to material that helps them understand the world around them. And that's what this bill is asking. This bill is asking to update the curriculum, Mr. Speaker, for what unfortunately is happening within our province, within our country. And let's not mix our words. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about human trafficking, we're talking about eradicating modern-day slavery. I believe former U.S. President Barack Obama referred to it as such. And, Mr. Speaker, we need to speak plainly, because this is something that is around our children. This is something that our children, in terms of what they're taught in school, need to be exposed to. And we all know, Mr. Speaker, that the purpose of education, at its core, is to equip our students with the knowledge and the skills to navigate in this world, to be able to have the skills to identify the dangers that may be around them. Now, Mr. Speaker, I have a daughter in grade 6, and she attends a local high school in Dartmouth. There's so many kids at her elementary school that they've put the grade 6s up at the high school. And already I can tell, after essentially a month and a half, she's aware of things that you wouldn't think a typical grade 6 student is aware of. The world crashes down on our kids very, very quickly. So it is critical, Mr. Speaker, that as a government, curriculum is constantly modified. The purpose of this bill is about prevention, to allow our young Nova Scotians to be able to identify the signs of human trafficking. And that comes back, Mr. Speaker, to the purpose of education, to make sure our kids have the knowledge, the wisdom, the skills to identify the dangers that exist in this world. This bill, Mr. Speaker, is talking about empowering our youth so that they are fully cognizant and fully aware of the horrible actions that are taking place. Mr. Speaker, I'm aware of this issue in many respects as a teacher, knowing that some of my former students, that this was a world that they were surrounded in. This is frightening. This is horrific. We have an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to begin a process perhaps of getting information into our classrooms, specifically from grades 7 to 9, to make sure our kids are fully informed of the horrors of human trafficking. And make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, traffickers are master manipulators. They're master manipulators. And in order to counter that among our youth need to know the warning signs of some of these master manipulators. And in terms of content of what should go into a course like this, Mr. Speaker, allow me as a former teacher to give some thoughts on that. And I hope the government takes this within advisement. That first and foremost, as these individuals are master manipulators, I think our youth need to be aware that many of them, they try to poise themselves as their boyfriend or girlfriend or lover. The level of betrayal that exists there is, I can only imagine, is unbelievable. That these master manipulators look to gift, to give jewelry and cell phones, to provide computers, clothing, and pets. Here, Mr. Speaker, I think we have to expose our youth to what a healthy relationship looks like. Here we have to expose our students and engage in conversations of what manipulation looks like. In many respects, Mr. Speaker, we see these manipulators talking about a better lifestyle, specifically in many cases for these young ladies. In some cases, they provide alcohol and they provide drugs. They pose themselves, Mr. Speaker, as apparently providing emotional stability, love, and companionship. All these things, Mr. Speaker, I believe have to be discussed within our classrooms. The end goal here, Mr. Speaker, by talking about such things, is to reduce the vulnerability of our children to these master manipulators, so that they understand that the red flags to look for are things that they have to avoid. We have to remember, Mr. Speaker, that the purpose of this bill is for our students to learn to identify these master manipulators. In some cases, they're also providing rides. They are providing housing and shelter. These are open conversations that need to have to happen in our classrooms. And I don't doubt, Mr. Speaker, that informally, I'm sure some of our teachers throughout Nova Scotia are talking about these things. However, what we're saying is it needs to be mandated. There has to be a structure. There has to be clear outcomes, targets that teachers know that have to be covered within the curriculum. We know, Mr. Speaker, these master manipulators, they pose as a confidant. They pose as a trusted adult, a friend, and a peer. Getting our students, our young people, to be able to ask questions and push through these manipulative tactics that many of them employ. In some cases, we're hearing that they're brainwashing our youth with romantic ideas, that they're using other victims to seek out and recruit potential future victims, which we often know with the research that's been done, the peer-to-peer recruiting that is happening. So, Mr. Speaker, all of this, these conversations that need to happen in our classroom in a structured way, let us not forget they are meant to prevent the occurrences of human trafficking. This is an uncomfortable subject, and I hope a lot of us in this room are feeling uncomfortable, because it is something that we all have a responsibility to do about, to take care of, to deal with. And certainly, from an education point of view, the most common approach we can take at the moment is to have clear outcomes mandated, so that our teachers are given some structure, so that our teachers are given some clear outcomes. We know, Mr. Speaker, that these master manipulators, we know that they're paying for personal grooming. We know that they're hosting parties for youth. We know that often the way they manipulate and maintain control is through threats of violence, through isolation from friends and family. Again, this is frightening, absolutely frightening to think that this is happening to many of our young people here in Nova Scotia. We know that the trafficking is happening online. It's happening in the hallways of our schools. It's happening at places of work. It's happening in places in the home. So, Mr. Speaker, a holistic approach to dealing with this within the education system, the time is now. And I believe the government, the minister, has an opportunity to take the initiative, to show the leadership, to have a structure within grades 7 to 9 to ensure that there are formal, structured conversations taking place within our classrooms. And again, Mr. Speaker, as we all know, systems must constantly be reviewed. They must constantly be updated. This is a matter of critical importance to the safety, health, and well-being of our young Nova Scotians. I encourage the government not to delay. Begin the process of curriculum development. Begin the process of consultation. Begin the process of meeting with those with lived experience through this horror, so that we are able to mitigate, reduce the incidences of human trafficking. One of the most eye-opening experiences I had, Mr. Speaker, was a few weeks ago when I attended a human trafficking conference at St. Mary's University. And to hear the accounts of the survivors of human trafficking, it was a very powerful moment. Mr. Speaker, many of us in this chamber are parents. Many of us in this chamber are grandparents. We all know there are terrible things happening out there. I know we all want a curriculum that is preventative, a curriculum that equips our students with the skills and the knowledge to be able to navigate the good things in life, but also, in this instance, the horrible realities that are out there. Now, this reality that exists, I believe, can be combated and defeated on a number of levels, and this is one. This is one approach to embed a curriculum in our public school system that focuses on those things that I've outlined, that could compose the content of those outcomes. And of course, Mr. Speaker, whenever we bring in new material, we need to ensure our public school teachers are equipped with the necessary resources, equipped with the necessary professional development to maximize those learning outcomes for our students. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe the bill before this House is definitely worthy of this government's consideration. I believe, Mr. Speaker, the minister and this government has an opportunity to really make a positive step forward in combating essentially modern-day slavery, an opportunity for this government to consult with those that have survived the horrors of human trafficking. So I encourage this government, the government to show leadership on this issue. This is, in many respects, I believe, and I can tell others believe this as well, it is a nonpartisan issue. What we're talking about is the well-being and safety of our children. I believe, Mr. Speaker, all of us want the material that is taught in our schools to address the realities that are out there in society. So I encourage the government to pass this bill, and I hope this government will do that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the words from the member from Dartmouth East. Mr. Speaker, I don't know where to start on this. There's a lot to say. Some of the statistics around human trafficking are painful to read and they're painful to look at. Any individual that is a victim of human trafficking, one victim is too many. I can tell you, I think most people associate some of this stuff. I have some friends that, let me start by saying I want to identify some of the wonderful organizations. I have the great pleasure to have the YWCA office, the main office in my community, people like Mia, who has been an outstanding advocate for women's rights and fought hard and continues to fight hard, not only against human traffickers, but also to give the proper resources and a safe landing spot for those that have experienced this horrific crime and have experienced things that no one in this chamber could probably imagine. I also think of people like Linda Wilson, who has dedicated her life. She now is the executive director for Shelter Nova Scotia, but before that, she was the executive director for Homebridge Youth Society, and then Phoenix House, and before that, she worked at Adsum House. And the conversations that we've had over the last 30 years of my life with her are troubling. As someone who spent 30 years working in that field, one of the things that she has told me is that there's a target. There's a target on kids in group homes. There is a target on kids that are living in care, and that these disgusting human beings that come forward and prey on these young girls and boys will hang outside of these group homes, and they will hang outside of foster homes and around the schools to try to show these children that they care, that somebody cares for them. They'll buy them clothes, they'll buy them food, and like I said, outside of the material things, they'll show them love, which a lot of these individuals feel that they're missing. They'll show them what they think is dignity and respect, just to lure them in. And a lot of times, what they'll do, the first thing they'll do is once they lure them in, they remove them from their friends, they'll remove them from their communities, they'll remove them from any support group or individuals that they may have that they can lean on. They take them to places like Toronto, Montreal, and other parts of the country where they're alone, and the only person that they can truly rely on, or they feel that they can rely on, is these individuals that have lured them into a life of misery. I've had some friends, I've had a close friend of mine who I worked with years ago, who this gentleman, I'm not going to get into names, it was in the media years ago, very, very big, intimidating person. He's 6'10", played in the NBA for a little while, probably one of the nicest people you'll ever meet, but he was a very, very big human being. And he has daughters. Has a very good life. And his daughter went missing. And she was lured into human trafficking. She was shipped off to Toronto. And the only reason why I tell this story is like I said, it was public, and like I said, I don't want to get into names, but he was very public about his story. He actually sent a plea out to the public to help. Thankfully, that story ended as good as it possibly could. And I don't mean that as it's a positive ending to the story, or the story was positive. I mean, his daughter was returned home. She experienced a lot of trauma. They had the resources and the means to do whatever they could to try to help her out. But a lot of those stories don't end that way. A lot of those stories go on for months, years, and decades. And those young girls become women, and they're horribly abused over that time. She was one of the lucky ones that was able to escape within a month or so. But we're hearing more and more stories. And I think part of it, for me personally, you start to turn your attention. So like growing up the way I did, I knew young girls that were involved, young girls that were forced into this, young girls that unfortunately didn't escape the life, and some girls that did escape the life. And I knew some young boys and some young men that were they were also victims, and some of them escaped. And unfortunately, some of them didn't. Some of them took their lives. Some of them went on to have very serious drug addictions and the impact that it's had on their life. Some of them ended up in the federal and provincial justice system. These things ruin lives. And I use the term loosely, people that lure these youth in to these positions, I think, and this is my own personal opinion, are lower than anything there is on earth. They're preying on vulnerabilities. And I've talked to law enforcement agents, and human trafficking and people that are forced into this is changing. It's changing because of technology. And we have all these means of social media. You know, I think I just read recently about a case where social media was used, and they used the pictures on Instagram and Facebook of young people with expensive items, and they essentially lured them in that way. But one of the things talking to children that I've learned is that it's also through video games. They're using these video games, they're online chat rooms, and these strangers are approaching them. And so the way that technology is moving, it's extremely hard for us, for parents, I think, to stay in touch with this. But we have to have these conversations. And I have children. I have a 6-year-old son, a 4-year-old daughter, and a soon-to-be, on Friday, 3-year-old daughter. And I see that in this bill, the conversation, what's being recommended is this conversation starts in grade 7 and grade 9, and I would argue that this conversation needs to start immediately. I've had conversations with my 3-year-old daughter about that is her body, no one's ever to touch it. Thank you. I had this conversation with my 4-year-old daughter and my 6-year-old son. I also have conversations with all of them on how they are to treat other human beings and what they are to do when others are treating their friends or even strangers inappropriately. And so while I appreciate the content of the bill, I really do, I think this conversation has to start much earlier. And it's not always easy. You know, we've already had my partner Rena and I was uncomfortable. When she first said we need to have a conversation about our children's bodies with them and sex and sexual orientation and the differences that people have, whether it's cultural or religious, she wanted to have that conversation almost immediately. And I have to admit, I was a bit uncomfortable because I didn't know at the time how to explain, the human body and sex to a 2-year-old. Now, we had that conversation. I feel that my children are better off for that conversation. And, you know, it's not, like I said, it's not always easy. I feel like I'm a pretty progressive person when it comes to those topics. But even for myself, when my wife, my partner Rena had suggested it to me, I was a little taken back and I didn't know how to have this conversation. And part of it is that while those children are children, I don't think we give them enough credit for the way they think and the ability to make their own decisions. And so when we have conversations with our children, these conversations are not based in, fairy tales. We like to have factual conversations, and sometimes they're very difficult conversations, especially my 4-year-old. She likes to challenge us on everything, and she likes to talk about everything, and she's very open and honest. And so, yes, we need to have these conversations. Yes, we need to, but they have to start at home. I spoke to the Minister of Education about this. I asked him about the possibility of this and what do we do? What do we do in our schools? There has been a program in place for 15 years where they're working with Canadian Centre for Child Protection, sorry. My brain kind of went blank there for a minute. But we realize that life changes, that facts changes, that we need to adjust to the way our youth live now and how these predators, these disgusting human beings, are trying to attract our children. So what the minister did tell me is that they are very, very open to having conversation, and in fact, invited stakeholders to come in and have a conversation about this and to figure out how to move forward. We need to make sure that that when we do this, we do it right. And I would almost guess that most people, not most, but some people around here didn't know that predators are using video games to lure kids in. I mean, I didn't know that until my son started playing a video game and he had a headphone on, and next thing I know, I walk in and he was talking to someone, and it was some 30-year-old guy from Minnesota. You know, my son was 5 years old. I mean, the conversation luckily didn't go anywhere, but, you know, that's how open we are now. That's how open we are as a society. It's not about, when I was younger, what we were told was, stay away from that van. It was always the van. Stay away from, you know, clowns and strangers and things like that. Poor clowns. Stay away from strangers because you don't know. But now, you know, we were taught that we were safe in our homes, but we're not. Kids aren't. You know, you have your cell phone, you're always connected. You have social media. So I do hope that this is the start, and I think it is, a start of a bigger discussion, that we do have consultation with all the stakeholders. We do have consultation with Add Some House, and we do have consultation with the YWCA, and we talk to the experts on the grounds, not just in HRM, but in Cape Breton and on the South Shore. And we talk to our teachers and see what they're capable of taking on. And we make sure that our children are protected. We make sure that our children know that their body is their body and no one else's. And that if they are approached, there are safe places to go. Whether it's, like I say to Oliver, Rafina, and Isla, at any point, come to mommy, come to daddy. We're not going to get mad. We need to have these conversations. If you're not comfortable with coming to mommy or daddy, go to Amy or Mimi. Go to your aunt or uncle. So that's a part of this, is we need to make sure that our children feel safe, but they also feel safe to talk to people and approach people. So with that, I appreciate the conversation. I look forward to the member from Dartmouth South response. Thank you, Mr.
The honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleagues for their comments and my colleagues for bringing this bill in. We in the NDP caucus recognize the danger posed by human trafficking and sexual exploitation. I think those challenges have been enumerated pretty clearly so far in this conversation. But to put some numbers to it, we know that there were 63 incidents reported in the last 7 years, and 58 of those were from Halifax. So certainly as urban MLAs, we are acutely and particularly aware of this issue. We need to educate ourselves, certainly, without question, about what these risks are. The member from Halifax Atlantic was talking about video games. I think, you know, I have given up now calling myself young with some sadness. And I'm not, and I have no idea what the universe that my children are facing is now or will be. And so I certainly think that it's incumbent upon all of us to keep our ear to the ground and to be as knowledgeable as possible about the risks that are facing youth, and particularly vulnerable youth. And dialogue in this issue is needed. We won't get anywhere if we don't talk about it, and certainly in that vein, curriculum is important. But I would suggest, and it won't probably come as a surprise to anyone, that as a government, where we can be most useful in this conversation is by addressing the factors that make people vulnerable to human trafficking. So it's not to take anything away from this bill, but as we've heard, we know that traffickers specifically target poor and marginalized communities. We know, as the member from Halifax Atlantic mentioned, and I've had those same conversations with folks at the YWCA, that traffickers target children living in group homes, children who are socially isolated, children who are poor. And so those are the conditions that we as legislators, I would suggest, have to attend to in order to think about how we can reduce that vulnerability index of people. And so, as we have been talking about this session and forever, that includes things like affordable housing, that includes situations like child poverty, that includes food insecurity. It's really important. These aren't abstract issues. The idea of not being able to buy food means you have to find the food somewhere. You have to find a way to pay for the food. These are exactly the kind of entreaties that can lead children down an awful path, and not just children, of course. Racism and colonialism also contribute to the marginalization of people, particularly Indigenous populations. Nova Scotians who experience racism face systemic barriers. And again, these ongoing roadblocks, these ongoing challenges, challenges which include often access to credit, access to the ability to pay for basic needs, puts these communities at a higher risk of being trafficked. So in that vein, I would suggest that it's addressing systems and practices like street checks, other persistent structural disadvantages in justice, education, health, and other areas, some of which we've recently discussed that are enumerated in the DPAD report, count us in. All of those suggestions, all of those goals that the government have committed themselves to, laudably I would suggest, are directly related to this issue. We need to create the conditions for people to be self-reliant, to be resilient, and to not find themselves in desperate and vulnerable situations that open them up to these kind of situations. Similarly, I would say that persistent gender inequality also increases this vulnerability. We still have gender-based disparity of opportunity and income, and with that are all of the structural barriers that women in this chamber, for as long as we've been in this chamber and elsewhere before that, have been talking about. We're paid less for equal work, not in here, luckily. But you know, we continue to be disproportionately responsible for unpaid work, I would suggest, probably some of us in here. And I think the logical conclusion of that, in many cases, is that there is still a gender binary and a gender expectation of submissiveness. This is why women are trafficked more than men. And I would say that proactively addressing some of these issues, again, can reduce vulnerability and build resilience. In short, human trafficking and sexual exploitation thrive in communities where large numbers of individuals are socially and economically marginalized and don't have access to the supports and services that they need. Progressive, adequately funded health and social services, a well-rounded public education system that supports social justice and actively challenges colonialism, racism, sexism, all of the systems of oppression are key in addressing these issues. And I thought it was really interesting what the member for Halifax Atlantic said when he was talking about educating his children at such a young age about these issues that we often think of as taboo. I think, you know, a lot of us when we were kids may never even have had the talk with our parents because our parents couldn't deal with having the talk. And now I think as parents, hopefully we're all a little bit more enlightened than that. But the talk now is about so much more. So we're not just talking about human sexuality, but we're talking about all of the perils that, again, are not just presented by the guy in the van, who was also the guy that I was taught to be afraid of as a child, but maybe by the guy on the other end of the video screen. And so I think I think we all have to find our way through this together, certainly. And I think particularly, those folks in the public service, working in education, working in healthcare, working in justice, need to attend to these situations. And again, I think I would suggest that when we look at the victims of human trafficking, that their profiles would not suggest that they have high sort of social indicators of health and social cohesion and income. And so I think these are the things that we need to attend to. And we need to attend to it on both sides of the scale. So we need to educate our children. And again, I think back to this act, yes, sure, it should be a part of the curriculum. But more importantly, it should just be a part of the conversation. And so I think we need to find ways of understanding what that conversation looks like. As a parent, as an MLA, I confess that I don't know exactly what that conversation looks like. I think it looks like, for me, and I would say for our caucus, attending to those folks on the front lines who really understand these issues and who can give a clear sense of the causality and how they unroll. And so I think the member for Dartmouth East talked about hearing from people firsthand, and I think the member for Halifax Atlantic and myself have also had an opportunity to talk to the YWCA. And I would echo support for those folks working on the front lines of this. I think the YWCA is sort of the penultimate example in our community. Charlene Gagnon, who lives in Dartmouth, runs their anti-trafficking initiatives. They have a safe spaces program. And to my prior point, the YWCA's safe spaces program, the first thing that they initiated in that program was emergency housing, because they acknowledged that one of the, if not the primary concern of people attempting to flee human trafficking is that they don't have a safe place to live. And that's not just an issue for people who are being trafficked, that's an issue for all kinds of Nova Scotians. But in this case in particular, the Safe Spaces program, which provides emergency housing, is an excellent and important program. And I know that the YWCA in particular has lots of people who they employ who have been in these situations themselves, been in communities where these situations occur, have the understanding, the skill, and the trauma-informed approaches to really be connecting with people. And to that end, on the radio this morning was an educator talking about this bill. And one of the points she made, which I thought was really interesting, was it's important to talk about it, and I need to talk about this with my students, but I know that there are other teachers who pinch hit for me who don't know how to talk about this and who don't want to talk about this because they can't, they don't know how. And so, I would suggest that if this kind of initiative would go forward, that hand in hand should be professional development. I think we've talked at other times in this chamber about the need for more trauma-informed knowledge among our educators, and that's not through any fault of our educators, but again, I think with the ever rapidly evolving and sometimes scary ways world that we live in, there is a need for teachers to be equipped to handle all kinds of things that we never thought teachers needed to handle before. So I would suggest that kind of education would be an offering that we could make to our educators. But in closing, Mr. Speaker, in terms of this bill, as I said at the outset, I think we do need dialogue, and I think this bill captures some of that. In particular, I would say that any situation of exploitation depends upon secrecy and some degree of misinformation in order to be successful, so that the degree to which we can eliminate that secrecy, to which we can provide robust, clear, helpful, compassionate, trauma-informed information to young people, 100% we're behind it. But as I've said, I think we also need to do so much more. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
800 565 7421. Is there anybody here who doesn't know what that number stands for, besides the young ones back here who might not? We all know that that's a tourism number. So I would like us to learn a new number. 844-333-2211. I'm going to say it again. 844-333-2211. That is the new human trafficking hotline. I mention that to draw everyone's attention to how pervasive the issue is that we're talking about today for Bill number 173 that the member from Pictou West introduced to amend the Education Act to deal with human trafficking. We have sort of missed a point in this conversation so far, that we're talking about big business in the province of Nova Scotia. It's an underground business, but it's big business. The estimates are that one pimp or owner can make up to $300,000 a year from one girl or boy. We are talking not about the illegal sale of cigarettes, and every time I see an ad on TV about how bad the illegal sale of cigarettes is, I'm wondering how come I've never seen an ad on the illegal sale of little girls in this province. We are talking about deviant sexual behavior perpetrated on our children and grandchildren by people they know. I was very disappointed that the Minister of Education, to which this bill was aimed at, hadn't commented. I have to say, frankly, we're very disappointed that neither the government or the member from Dartmouth South indicated support for this bill. So, well, I'm going to stand corrected. It sounds like we're all in support of the bill, and therefore it should move forward and possibly pass this session of the legislature. That would be great. Didn't actually hear those words, so if that's the case, I withdraw that concern. One of the things that we've done is we've turned a blind eye as a society, and things that wouldn't be considered conceivable 3 decades ago is now completely normal. I forget the year it was when you were allowed to show a bathroom in a sitcom. It wasn't that long ago. But I know when I took my son to Memorial University, his welcome kit was 2 condoms and some lubricant. I didn't even bother saying anything except you're not going to need that because you have a girlfriend, but it was a co-ed dorm, and as we were going out to tour the university, a girl walked by in a bath towel on her way to the shower. Can you imagine that 30 years ago? So are we really surprised that there is a demand for the purchase of little girls for sex or little boys for sex? Are we really surprised? The member from Inverness has brought up to this legislature before that pornography is available to anyone who has internet access, cell phone. I know when we first got the internet, we set it up in the living room so I could supervise what my kids were looking at. And my son was doing a project on dynamite, so he typed in the search engine, dynamite. Well, you know what popped up? Advertisements for pornography. We've turned a blind eye to all of the things that are contributing to human trafficking. And I appreciate the comments from the other members. We have seen the consultation. We saw and celebrated today this government announcing the release of the report by the Provincial Sexual Violence Prevention Committee. Amazing work. Lots of people consulted. We have the report. We know what they are saying. We want to take action. We want to do something different than what's currently going on because Nova Scotia is the leader in where people go to find girls and boys to traffic. We are the leader. It's not an industry we want to be the leader in. We're not winning when we come to this issue. So what did this government's own committee come up with in terms of 3 recommendations? The 10 recommendations wanted to reflect primary prevention initiatives. Prevention, how do you prevent this? Well, you have to even acknowledge that it's in existence. And the children in our schools, some of them are going to grow up to be human traffickers. Perhaps not by choice, but somebody at some point makes the decision that this is how I'm going to earn my living. The document that was produced by the Provincial Sexual Violence Prevention Committee is targeting university students. Well, by the time you reach university, 2/3 of all women have been sexually molested or raped. So we don't want to wait until university. And we also applaud the member who talked about talking to your children. I have 4 boys. It was my responsibility and those children's parents to talk to them about what this looks like. But not everybody has parents who are willing to do that. Not everybody comes from a home where they're even aware that it's a situation that exists. Some of these kids are coming from the home where it's the parent who's actually the one selling their children for sex. We also know when you look at the report by the Halifax Regional Police, if you're not aware of this report, it is an amazing report on Canadian human trafficking. It tells you exactly what to do, how to recognize it, who is trafficked, how do they groom you, and it talks about the myths around it. One of this is that it's a myth that it's going on in another country. It's not. It's going on in my community and in yours. They're going to our junior highs. They're grooming these children. There's another myth that it's happening out on the streets. It's not. It's happening at bars. It's happening in homes. It's happening in hotel rooms. It's happening just down the street. There's another myth put out by the Halifax Regional Police that says the victim can just leave. This is their choice. No, it's not their choice. No one child grows up and says, I'm going to be a prostitute. That's a good idea. And nobody starts out thinking, this is a good business opportunity, but at some point, they make the decision. And at some point, these children are groomed to enter into the trade. They're not getting groomed in university. By then, it's too late. According to a national review called an Assessment of Sex Trafficking, put out by the Global Justice Associates in May 2013, a task force on trafficking of women and girls in Canada, the average age is 13, which is exactly why this legislation was designed to hit junior high. Do we want our teachers having to have this discussion? No. But if we can't be sure that parents are going to do it, and if we can't be sure that the justice system is going to have people come forward to report it, when are we going to take action, and how are we going to? The document put out by the Halifax Regional Police, you could start with this as a template for what the schools could introduce. It's extremely well written. One of the other problems we have is that if somebody knows that it's happening, there's no confidence in reporting it, because in far too many cases, it's someone you know. So we're not having total strangers grab you off the street and take you to Toronto. This is a boyfriend who dated you, who bought you things, who fed you, who clothed you, who housed you. Or it could be just a friend of a friend you met at a party. Not everybody who's trafficked comes from a vulnerable population. So we need to make sure that children understand what grooming looks like, and not just for human trafficking. Pedophilia in general has a whole grooming process. This isn't something that happens overnight. This is a pervasive, insidious sexual deviance of people preferring to have sex with children and others for money. And as Barack Obama and others have called it, it's a form of slavery. So, one of the other comments that was made by the member from Dartmouth South is that we have to address all of the things that predispose somebody to being groomed and victimized, and why they wouldn't walk out after somebody had burnt out cigarettes in their skin, or set their hair on fire, or broken their toes because they didn't bring home enough money. But addressing all of those issues is going to take years and decades. We need to take action now, not 5 or 10 or 20 years from now, because the trade is growing in this province and we're leading in it, and it is big business. And one of the statistics, which is really sad, because as a football watcher, one of the things in the report said that during a national football game, the number of online ads for the sale of sex goes from 30 ads per day to 250 ads per day. So we are turning a blind eye to the fact that a whole lot of people are making a whole lot of money by exploiting and selling the bodies of our little girls and little boys. Yes, there are certainly adults who are trafficked, but many of them were groomed and targeted at a very young age. And we need to send a message to every child. We can't just count on some parents doing some of the right things. The people in this legislature would admit they're not sure of all the ways to deal with this. Well, if we're not sure, then who is sure? So we have to have a standard set of guidelines and a standard set of instructions that parents can count on. We've got a great anti-smoking strategy. We have MED to talk about drinking and driving. Why isn't the sale of the human flesh as important, if not more important? We have to teach every boy and every girl, because human traffickers are women as well. We have to teach every one of them at the age that they're most vulnerable that bodies are not a commodity to be bought and sold. And hopefully, if we can get the reporting and conviction rate up in this province, that will go a long way to doing that. I don't know when the last time was that any of us saw that somebody who solicited sex from a minor was prosecuted and convicted and sent to jail for any reasonable period of time. I haven't seen that. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll end this by saying we've got reports. We've got the government's own report that we celebrated today, calling us to reflect on primary prevention initiatives, which is what we're talking about today. It talks about reducing victim blaming, which is what we're talking about today. It talks about changing the culture in which sexual violence exists to prevent its occurrence at the university campus. But, Mr. Speaker, the people who are being targeted and abused and burnt and murdered and kidnapped and entrapped and manipulated are 10 to 14-year-olds, which is exactly what this bill was targeted to do. And I will encourage all members of the legislature to bring this forward and to help us pass it into legislation.
Order. I recognize the House Leader for the official opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd now like to call Bill number 167, an act to amend the Tobacco Access Act.
Bill 167, the act to amend the Tobacco Access Act. Recognize the member from Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak on Bill 167. Mr. Speaker, we're now going to discuss another topic that is having a huge impact on the health of our students in Nova Scotia and in some respects on the operations of our schools. You know, one of the ways in which I find out what's going on in different parts of our province, it's actually at the soccer field where, you know, my daughter plays soccer, and you get a chance to speak to a lot of other parents from many different professions. And, you know, one of my daughter's teammates, her father is a principal, a high school principal, and he's told me, Mr. Speaker, that vaping is a major problem in our school system. Too many of our students, too many of our youth are vaping. And this has proliferated, it has grown by leaps and bounds for a great many years. I think back 8 or 9 years ago when I first started to notice vaping as a problem within our hallways and outside of our schools. It seems now it has become a chronic issue in terms of the health of our students, in terms of the operations of our schools. A former colleague of mine indicated, Mr. Speaker, that if you go out, you know, to what schools sometimes often referred to as the smoking pit, if you have 20 students out there, 16 or 17 of them are vaping, maybe 2 or 3 are with cigarettes. So make no mistake, as most in this chamber are aware, it is a growing problem, a growing epidemic. Obviously, we're all aware of the issues that have been brought to the forefront in the United States as it relates to the situations with vaping. And we know, Mr. Speaker, that Nova Scotia is ranked the highest for youth vaping. Now, let's think about that. Many of us are fully aware of the nature of the teen years, how at that stage of development it is normal and it is natural to push boundaries, to test your limitations. And many of those behaviors, in some respects, that are normal and natural to the teenage years are manifesting itself in this dangerous behavior. And like anything else, Mr. Speaker, when we know our youth or our kids are doing something that is counterproductive to their health and well-being and development, as adults, we have a responsibility to put up a resistance. And I remember years ago mentoring a student teacher, you know, the way that student teacher was teaching, he didn't put up any resistance to the students. And I remember telling that student teacher, challenge is nature's way of strengthening a person. And what this bill is attempting to do, Mr. Speaker, as it relates to vaping, is to put up a resistance. There has to be a resistance, because we know that there are enormous health implications that come from vaping. Mr. Speaker, we know that 49% of Nova Scotia students in grade 10 to 12 reported using an e-cigarette at least once. We know in Nova Scotia, 20.9% of youth in grades 7 to 12 have used e-cigarettes in the past 30 days, in comparison to the Canadian average of 10%. That data alone tells us that we need to take a comprehensive approach in resisting and pushing back the trends that we're seeing in vaping. Now, make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, I believe a grown person can make decisions themselves, but I also believe, Mr. Speaker, that in school, the resistance that we put up to certain behaviors has to be modified. And here's an example, once again, where we can modify information that's being dispersed and disseminated to our students. Mr. Speaker, we know that the data suggests that a high percentage of those youth who vape did not previously smoke. So we know that this is a major problem. We know it's not being used among our youth anyhow as a cessation tool. And as a reformed smoker, I know the challenges that go with trying to quit. I must have quit 50 times before I was finally able to tackle the addiction to nicotine. And I smoked for almost 15 years, from the age of 14 till the age of 29. And I'm glad I quit. It was a challenge. And certainly, Mr. Speaker, I recognize that there are different cessation tools that are used. However, let's be clear, for our youth, this is not a cessation tool. This is often, we now know, becoming a major problem in terms of the health and development of our young Nova Scotians. So, Mr. Speaker, it only makes sense to treat vaping the same way we treat cigarettes. Let me say that again. It only makes sense that we treat vaping the same way we treat cigarettes. For those of you in this House that are aware of the history of health organizations throughout the Western world in the 50s and 60s, clearly stating the health dangers of smoking, we look back and we wonder, well, what was our in my case, my grandparents' generation thinking at the time? This was a time in the 50s and 60s when menthol cigarettes were being advertised as alleviating the symptoms of the common cold. We look back and say how silly that was to believe that. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, that years from now, we'll look back and we'll have those same attitudes. What were we thinking? So the bill that's before the House is comprehensive, it's holistic, it takes an approach that puts up as much resistance as possible to specifically deter, especially our young Nova Scotians, from taking up a habit that, Mr. Speaker, will have enormous health consequences. We live in a province where the urgency to promote a healthy lifestyle is critical. We know that. We see the amount of expenditures in our healthcare system. We've known for decades, Mr. Speaker, going back to the Kirby report in the 1970s, how critical preventative health care is. Here's an example of preventative health care. Of getting information out, especially to our young Nova Scotians, of the dangers of this. And of course, the nature of the teen years, as I said, we know that they're going to test boundaries, but we have a responsibility to maximize, I believe, the resistance and reminding our young Nova Scotians and our students of the dangers of vaping. Mr. Speaker, according to the Lung Association, we know children and youth are highly susceptible to the negative effects of nicotine. We know that nicotine has a huge impact on the development of the brain, which neuroscience now tells us, especially for males, the frontal lobe is not fully developed until the age of 25. We know that the nicotine can affect memory, learning, and attention. and permanently lower impulse control. We live in a more health-conscious society. We live in a society, I think, now that is trying to promote those healthy lifestyles. And this is a bill, Mr. Speaker, I think, that is in line with those values. We need, Mr. Speaker, to promote that preventative health care. It's critical. In many respects, Mr. Speaker, within our schools, this is in line with that preventative health care and promoting healthier outcomes. We know, Mr. Speaker, health groups from the Lung Association to the Canadian Cancer Society have issued warnings respecting the use of vaping. I believe we need to listen to those warnings. You know, Mr. Speaker, I don't share this very often, but when I was 17, I lost my mom. My mom died of cancer because of smoking. I've seen, and many in this House, I'm sure, have had situations like that in their families where they've lost a loved one because of the impact smoking has as a carcinogen. It's another example, Mr. Speaker, this bill, where government can show leadership and take a comprehensive approach in maximizing the resistance and challenging our young people not to vape. We have a responsibility of that as adults, as legislators, that when we know behaviors are occurring within our society, we have a responsibility. And I know all of us know that deep down to our core to challenge, if especially we know that there's a better way. So, Mr. Speaker, again, I believe we should adhere to the advice of the Lung Association and the Canadian Cancer Society. It's my understanding, Mr. Speaker, that the topic of vaping will be coming up at the Health Committee. That's good news. It's good to see a topic at the committee that is so relevant not only to the health and well-being of our young Nova Scotians, but to all Nova Scotians. And I certainly hope the members of that committee have a good, meaningful dialogue and are able to get some information from the Canadian Cancer Society and other witnesses that are there. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't believe vaping is harmless. I've seen as a former teacher the growth of this behavior in our public schools. I've seen students test the boundaries with vaping. We do, of course, Mr. Speaker, recognize the nature, as I said, of the teen years. They are going to test boundaries, but we need to put up as much resistance as possible. And we know, Mr. Speaker, that we have a responsibility to challenge our youth, to promote that healthy lifestyle. In many respects, we know a healthy body leads to a healthy mind leads to a healthy body. And that's part of the key mandate, I think, Mr. Speaker, of any education system, is to promote those key outcomes. So, Mr. Speaker, again, too many of our youth are vaping. It's harmful. This bill takes a comprehensive approach. It takes an approach that is attempting to ban the flavors, to have an education component that will get information out, especially to our young Nova Scotians, about the dangers of this. My oldest daughter in grade 6, she's told me they've already talked about this and the dangers of this in class, which I commend her teacher and other teachers in this province that are talking about the dangers of vaping. Mr. Speaker, this, I believe, is a chronic issue among our youth. The stories that I've been told anecdotally by my former students have led me to believe that it is necessary to come forward with a piece of legislation such as this. So, once again, Mr. Speaker, it's an opportunity for government to show leadership. It's an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, for government to really get a handle on this problem that exists within Nova Scotia, that is clearly manifesting itself in our public school systems. Many in this chamber are parents, and I know we all want our kids to be subjected to messages that promote a healthy lifestyle. We all are united by our desire to have our young Nova Scotians have behaviors that will lead to a healthy, happy lifestyle. So, Mr. Speaker, vaping is harmful. Too many of our youth vape. I ask humbly that this government consider this bill, because I believe it could have a positive impact not only for young Nova Scotians but all Nova Scotians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, it is a pleasure to speak to Bill 167, the amendments to the Tobacco Access Act. As with the member from the Dartmouth East who just spoke to this bill, I want to say that our government is deeply concerned about the health risks associated with vaping. And the fact that vaping is on the rise in Nova Scotia, particularly among our youth, is especially troubling. Mr. Speaker, when I was growing up in Iraq, smoking was considered a social activity that my parents would engage in on occasions when they entertained guests. It was normal to see our marble cigarette box on the living room table beside our candy and chocolate. That was the norm when I grew up. It was not until the tragic death of my uncle from lung cancer when I was approximately just starting university in England, and my uncle was a heavy smoker, I witnessed the painful death and the decline of his health that really struck me, and I started to think about what smoking is, but it was still not as commonly related that smoking was the only cause of lung cancer at that time. I'm grateful that my other members of my family, none of them are smokers, and that my in-laws are, and so that my kids grew up without having secondhand smoke in our households. Tobacco causes about 30% of cancer deaths and approximately 85% of lung cancer deaths. That's a very high number, Mr. Speaker. I just want to give a little history on tobacco. Mr. Speaker, tobacco was first discovered in the Americas, and it was introduced to Europe in the 16th century. So we started it here, Mr. Speaker. But it was not until the 1950s that British researchers demonstrated a clear relationship between smoking and cancer. And, Mr. Speaker, now I want to compare the history of e-cigarettes, which is a much shorter history. In 2003, an American inventor patented a non-tobacco cigarette that was smokeless. The invention was free of nicotine, but had produced a vapor that had a flavor that was designed to replace the smoke of tobacco. So that's where it started, that this was a safe thing, it was just a vapor, it wasn't meant to have nicotine. Mr. Speaker, I believe the tobacco companies saw this as a great opportunity to use this new invention and started offering e-cigarettes with nicotine. These companies used the disguise that it is something that was helping smokers quit, but actually offered nicotine and this very harmful product in a more modern format. It is actually, the e-cigarettes are rechargeable, very attractive to our youth. Mr. Speaker, there is a real misconception that vaping and cigarettes are a safe alternative to traditional cigarettes, especially among our youth. And I wonder how many of our youth's parents think that it is safer than cigarettes. The Canadian Cancer Society has made it clear that vaping has the same cancer-causing effects as traditional cigarettes. Our youth in Nova Scotia are engaging in vaping at an alarming levels. The number of users in Nova Scotia and Newfoundland are higher than anywhere else in this country. Last week, I attended an event for MLAs hosted by the Canadian Cancer Society. What was different about that event was, it was a very informative, but it was the fact that they invited about 8 or 10 high school students from Millwood High School. The students spoke so eloquently about the marketing methods and how easy it is for these students to obtain e-cigarettes. Mr. Speaker, the increase of sales for the e-cigarettes is not just within this, it is also targeted by marketing by these companies. Their decision to vape is really related to the fact that these companies are making it look cool and very attractive. And actually, I posted yesterday on my Facebook about the event that the Cancer Society had for the MLAs, and I put two pictures side by side. This is something they showed us at that evening of how these tobacco companies used young women, attractive young women, smoking cigarette, and how the same thing is happening today. They are using the young lady just to make it look cool and attractive, and this is the same marketing methods that tobacco companies use. We're repeating the same thing, Mr. Speaker. So the photo from the 70s and the photo from now are exactly the same, just different outfits and different styles of the same harmful, and they use the same tactics to attract our youth. To me, it is so painful to have seen those two pictures, and I put it on my Facebook. Hopefully it will trigger what it triggered to me, that is, those companies are so smart, or so conniving, I should say, in their marketing. I also had an opportunity to speak with a few international students lately who indicated to me that they were introduced to vaping only after they moved to Nova Scotia. These are young people who are university age, not even high school. And they find, and I actually challenged them to see, to try to quit. They told me it is not addictive, it's much easier, this is how it was sold to them. So through text, I connect with them and to see if they can, and both of them have replied to me how hard it has been for them to quit vaping. They gave me information on what the percentage is and how they started with a small percentage of nicotine in their vapor and how it increased over time. The whole thing is in the last year or so. So it is very addictive, and the youth and the adults are not aware of this vaping, the risks involved in vaping. In 2015, our government was the first jurisdiction in the world to ban the sale of flavored tobacco. And they're treating e-cigarette in the same way as they treated tobacco products. Mr. Speaker, our government is looking at a number of options on how to reduce youth and adult vaping, including regulating e-liquids, flavors, and licensing for sellers of vaping devices and e-liquids. The Tobacco Access Act and other legislation currently provides levers that we can use. We need to be evidence-based in the decision-making to ensure we make effective and enforceable changes. As you know, there is no single action that is the best treatment. We are also working with our federal partners to address the issue, as well as consulting with the public and the different organizations, including the Cancer Society. Mr. Speaker, I want to end by saying we agree this is an issue of common concern, and that our government is working on consulting, and we want to get this right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, and thank you for this opportunity to address a very important issue. And thank you to my colleagues in the official opposition for bringing forward a bill with haste to address something that has happened quickly. I think one of the things that I'm struck at is how quickly disruption, in this case, in the nicotine marketing, the way an addictive product is being sold and disseminated, how quickly that's happened. I feel like it is very important that we respond quickly, and yet, as my colleague from the government side has just said, it's also important to get it right. So I think it's very important that we're talking about this. I don't think, respectfully, that the bill that the Progressive Conservative Caucus has brought forward has gotten it right, but I'm glad that we're having this conversation, and I look forward to sharing some of my thoughts on what effective regulation of youth vaping might include. So, of course, this is an issue of concern to many school administrators, public health experts, and parents. And one of the most basic functions of government is to protect public health. Without government, we would not have vaccinations, we would not have sewage and water treatment systems, or health inspections at food processing facilities and restaurants, all of which have limited disease and kept more of us safer. And yet youth vaping and vaping, I guess vaping for anyone who is actually using vaping not as a way to stop smoking or to ingest less nicotine is actually a new challenge to public health. My colleague from Cape Breton Centre and I met with the Chief Medical Officer of Health in the spring, Dr. Robert Strang. When I first became aware of this issue, and I became of this issue because of a play date that my son had, where I ended up sort of standing on the side of an outdoor area with another couple of parents, and they talked about how kids were coming over from the neighborhood junior high school and using the same space to vape. And I had, honestly, at that moment, no idea. It came onto my radar very, very abruptly, and made me realize that, yeah, the challenges of parenting are going to evolve as my children get older, and I had better pay attention. But Dr. Robert Strang and medical health officers from across Canada issued a statement together in April of 2019 about the alarming number of youth who are picking up this addictive habit, and wrote that they find the trend very troubling, especially as so many of them are non-smokers. And this is, I think, what's particularly alarming about vaping, is that these devices were brought onto the market with a story that it was about tobacco cessation, about smoking cessation, and yet what we know amongst young people is that this is actually the introduction, the beginning of what could be a lifelong and certainly a very damaging addiction to nicotine. In Nova Scotia, more than 20%, almost 21% of youth in grades 7 to 9 have used e-cigarettes. In the past 30 days, in comparison to the Canadian average of 10% at the time that a survey was done. And almost 37% of all students in grades 7 to 12 report having tried an e-cigarette, as opposed to about 23% of Canadian students in the same grades. And at the high school level, 50%, 49% of Nova Scotians, almost 1 in 2, reported using an e-cigarette at least once. I remember being a kid in the 1970s when one of my chores would be to empty the ashtrays around our house. I remember traveling in a smoke-filled airplane. I remember my parents, my I remember my parents smoking a little bit, but I remember my grandparents quitting smoking, not once, but so many times over the years before they were finally able to quit. It took public education, it took regulations on advertising and packaging and taxation measures to drive down smoking rates in Canada. And now those medical health officers are warning us that a new generation of youth addicted to nicotine may lead to a resurgence in smoking or create new public health problems, reversing decades of progress. And those decades of progress were hard won. Vaping devices are so different from cigarettes, and I too would applaud the articulateness and the bravery of those students from Millwood High School who spoke with MLAs who attended the event organized by the Canadian Cancer Society just last week. You know, they described how the odor of vaping doesn't stay on you, that it's possible to be even in the back of the classroom or to take a brief bathroom break and return to the classroom and not in any way alert a teacher to the fact that a student has vaped. So many of the devices are also designed to be almost collectible, different colors, different shapes, small, like a USB drive. And again, according to those medical officers of health, a single nicotine pod can expose a user to the same amount of nicotine as an entire pack of cigarettes. So parents and all adults involved with youth can help by talking with children and teens about the risks of vaping and the potential long-term health impacts. But there's no question that education is not enough. And we were all who attended that event organized by the Canadian Cancer Society were warned of this, were alerted to this by Todd Leader, who spoke at the end, that education must follow regulation, it must follow policy, accompany policy. It isn't a substitute for policy. In my constituency electronic newsletter, I put out a newsletter once a month, I wrote about what I had learned about vaping and what the medical officers of health were warning people of in the August edition. And I do look forward to the development of some robust policy in legislation. But while there are some things in this particular bill that we agree with, like a mandatory public education program on the risks associated with vaping, there are also provisions that cause us concern. First, I'm concerned with the plan to ban the sale of flavored e-cigarettes and flavored e-cigarette liquid, because this, in all likelihood, would result in a black market. This is precisely the situation that has created the conditions that have given rise to the distribution of counterfeit THC vaping products that have caused serious illness and in some cases death in various jurisdictions, including in the United States, quite high-profile cases recently. When there is a demand for a product that carries high risks, it is incumbent on us to take a harm reduction approach rather than a moralizing one. We aren't going to destroy the demand for flavored e-cigarettes by banning them. In the words of David Hammond, a University of Waterloo professor who studies vaping as part of his research on chronic diseases, we can't wish them away. A ban on the sale of flavored e-liquids, as is proposed in this legislation, will push people who already use these products, and there are thousands of them in Nova Scotia, outside the legal market. Products sold outside the legal market will not be tested, regulated, or required to meet manufacturing standards. So to me, this moves in the opposite direction of where we're trying to go, which is to prevent people from getting sick. Yet more concerning to me is that this legislation designates the use of tobacco and tobacco products by people under 19 as a criminal offense. I do not believe that criminalizing the individuals who use these products will accomplish anything other than saddling those young people with a mark on their record. If this law is passed, the number of young people with summary convictions would skyrocket. And given what we know from our experience with street checks and the fact that African Nova Scotians are 7 times more likely than white Nova Scotians to be street checked by police, I can imagine that African Nova Scotian youth would be disproportionately affected if this bill were to become law. On top of the perhaps unconsidered secondary consequences of the legislation, groups like the Canadian Cancer Society have said, the Lung Association have said that fines for users are not consistent.
There's a little bit of chatter in here. I just ask that all members keep it down, please. The member for Halifax Needham.
That the Canadian Lung Association has said that fines for users are not consistent with the harm reduction approach that we need to take on this issue. And frankly, I'm surprised that the legislation proposed does not follow the recommendation of the Canadian Cancer Society. They had a couple really clear first steps or clear directions where they were asking us as legislatures to go. First of all, to prohibit the sale of all tobacco and e-cigarette products to users or to individuals under the age of 21. According to the Cancer Society, most smokers begin by age 19, and tobacco companies have even admitted in their own internal documents that getting kids hooked in their early years is their strategy for long-term profitability. This legislation could be acting in ways or proposing measures to make a difference to youth vaping rates. It could be banning the sale of vaping products at most retail locations, requiring that stores specializing in e-cigarette products check ID at the door. And it could be looking at raising the age at which you're legally allowed to purchase those products to 21. It could prohibit vaping supply stores from setting up shop within 3 kilometers of high schools and junior highs. These are the kinds of solutions that we need. We don't need to be criminalizing our kids and driving people who already use these products to help them stay off cigarettes into the black market. I will just finally say that that I do hope that the government will not pass this legislation, but put a fire under the public health resources that you have, under the resources that the government through the public service has access to develop effective legislation. I was struck when I received a very thick letter from Imperial Tobacco about vaping just shortly after I became aware of this issue at all. And then more recently received another very thick letter from Juul, which is one of the major manufacturers of vaping devices, which I believe is owned by Philip Morris Tobacco. There's no question that this is a public health threat with a great deal of corporate profit riding on it. And I think it is incumbent on the government, with the access that the government has to the resources of the public service, to respond as swiftly and with the best research and in a harm reduction approach in a way that will protect our children. And in the meantime, it is incumbent on the rest of us to speak about the threat and to urge the government to act and to talk about this danger with our constituents. Thank you very much.
Recognize the member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my pleasure to rise and talk to Bill 167. You know, this PC caucus is introducing legislation to start this process towards protecting our children. And it's our children who are going to grow up and look like each and every one of us in this legislature. So it's also to protect the future adults, the future grandparents. My father was born in 1928, and he started smoking around 12. Passed away about 10 years ago, and through that journey of trying to quit, he had a stroke due to smoking. He lost a leg due to smoking. He was in Camp Hill for the last few years of his life, and even then, he went back to smoking. Smoking, nicotine is extremely addictive. Make no bones about that. And I look at vaping as a gateway drug to nicotine and tobacco, another form of delivering it. As the debate was going on, and I thank all members for their comments, being new here and the first time I've spoken to a bill, there are a couple of things that crossed my mind. From business, don't be struck down by analysis causing paralysis. And Voltaire is said to have said, perfect is the enemy of good. And I don't know what perfect legislation is. I think that legislation will lead to development of the regulations, and to me, that's where perfect regulations will tackle good legislation. So for years, let's talk about consistency with alcohol and cannabis and the age limits and the way they're treated. So for years, there's been a fine for consuming alcohol underage, and since the Cannabis Control Act came in about a year or so ago, there are consequences for possession under 19. And for tobacco and vaping, the laws have focused on prohibiting the sale of those products to those under 19, but not has it tackled the possession issue. So this bill does look at tackling just that. And we're hopeful that it would add and be a deterrent to youth. When it comes to talking about flavor, I'm old enough to remember when it comes to cost and flavor, my father getting up early in the morning, and I know he'd be up because all you heard was the hacking and coughing. And it would go on and on and on and on. And when cigarettes in the 60s became so expensive, he bought this rolling machine to create cigarettes. And then, of course, you had to have his razor blade to cut the cigarettes. And I see a number of members nodding. You remember that as well. Nicotine is extremely addictive. Extremely addictive. So back in about the late 1900s, early 2000s, there was a lot of advocacy done, a lot of research and looking at youth and smoking. I was a member of the National Board of the Canadian Cancer Society, and we took great pride in advocacy and working with governments to reduce those things that entice young people to smoke. There are many, many, many pressures on our youth, peer pressure being one of them, and to be cool and in that groove with your mates, to be able to have that cigarette and share it, and to not only share it, but if you have it and nobody else has it, you can give it to somebody. We're seeing now a culture in vaping that it's cool. It's very cool. You can have this device that looks like a brick, or you can have this device that looks like a thumb drive. It's easy to do. Yet the components, the fluid, the fuel that is there is uncontrolled. Nicotine levels, 3 milligrams, 6 milligrams, 10 milligrams, higher. And in a single hit, you might absorb more nicotine than you would in 2, 3, 4, a pack of cigarettes. It's a Trojan horse. It's been introduced by those who had the tobacco industry and have seen the way society has gone and the way our people are affected in their health. So how do I keep my business going? Well, I have a substitute product. And what better substitute product to have than one that is not regulated to the extent that my current product has? So let's get that in there. What the Canadian Cancer Society has found, and others, is that about 45,000 people a year in Canada die from the impacts of tobacco. From the impacts of tobacco, nicotine. About 30% of those are cancer-related. So you've got mouth cancer, you've got throat cancer, you have lung cancer, you have all kinds of respiratory illnesses that impact people's health. And we're seeing that now, recently in North America, as when we had thought about these products coming in as cessation tools, and I'll get to that in a second, what we found is that people are taking them and becoming addicted. Unintended consequence or result of having a product that would help people cease becoming ill later on and to reduce them on the dependence of nicotine. So when we're looking at this, we need to be able to look at what attracts people to these products. Now, certainly I talked briefly about the new cool iPhone-like vaping product, about the thumb drive. Talk about the flavors. Well, how can you get something that tastes so good? It's enticing. As a youth, you're allowed to go and have cherry-flavored whatever it is. Cranberry, blueberry crush, all of these flavors that are attracting our youth. It's one of those things that, in a marketing sense, hey, if it tastes good, look, if we could make tomatoes taste better than they do now, I tell you, we'd have a market out there waiting for us. But if we have a product that is going to go ahead and take people and move them toward nicotine and tobacco and protect our market and our product, then why not? Well, that's what's happening. That's what's happening right now. In the study by the Cancer Society that they brought forward that was published in the British Medical Journal, they said that we have about 45% increase in the use of e-cigarettes in youth, years 17, 18, 18, 19, or the previous 2 years. I got to tell you, as a member of the Canadian Cancer Society, we were priding ourselves in the work that we did for smoking cessation, so the prevention of smoking, the advocacy that was done with the federal government and here that removed the flavored tobaccos, removed flavored cigarettos and cigarettes. Why? Because we wanted to reduce that enticement to smoking. That we did. Previous to the introduction of e-cigarettes, vaping, the youth decline in rates continued with advocacy, increase in regulations around packaging, around advertising, around access, around so many other things that made it easy for youth to get these cigarettes. When you look at that, you say, okay, so you take away all those regulations, all those things, and leave it alone, the decline was there. It was happening. But now we introduce something else, an e-cigarette and vaping. And now we've seen the incline start, where people are becoming addicted, and they're becoming addicted in great numbers. So much so that we started to see the increase in the use of tobacco. Because once you do this, then you can go and you can buy tobacco, and the likelihood of you buying tobacco is much greater if you've used one of these products than not. So, let's go back to age of 19 for a second. A number of years ago, the age limit for consuming alcohol changed from 21 down to 19. Why did we do that? But it was consistent. I can tell you, because both my parents have passed away, that I was grade 11 at Dartmouth High School, and we would get dropped off off the school bus, go to the Lamplighter pub, and we were drinking way under the age of 21, and even under the age of 19. So there's no perfect regulation that's going to stop youth from doing this. There is no perfect regulation at all, or legislation, I ought to say. So we need to remove a number of factors that will help our youth. Nicotine addiction is extremely bad, and it's been around for a long time, and that's what we're fighting. To have access to that is something that we can help mitigate. Yes, there will be other people who will provide it. There will be other people who will be able to say, you know what, hey, let me try that. Especially if their peers have huge access to it. We need to be able to address that. So I just want to give you one more thing if we talk about parents. We talk about parents doing the right thing sometimes, or guardians. Well, it's not always possible. We don't all know what our kids do. We don't know what our grandkids do. I can tell you one short story before I close. So my daughter, 39 years ago, was in grade 7. Just starting high school, junior high school rather. And I caught her with a pack of cigarettes. Where did you get those? Well, all the kids have them, Dad. And I got them at this particular store. They were out in the open, and the proprietor absolutely provided the youth around there with the cigarettes. So I called the RCMP and I said, my name is Steve Craig. My daughter has cigarettes that she obtained from this particular proprietor at the store, and I'm going to go down there and address it. So they met me there. I didn't get a chance to address it. So what can you do? How can you help your youth be safe? If you need some assistance, and as parents and guardians, we need assistance. We need assistance to help our youth, our future adults, the people who will sit in this House of Assembly. So, if perfect is not good enough, I hope that whatever comes forward in the next little while is. I need to be able to look at my family members, my community members, and say, you know what? We try to help you as best we can. You have to make the decisions, granted. However, if we're making a drug like nicotine so readily available and attractable to our youth, we, I think, are doing a disservice to everyone, especially our youth. We certainly would not tell our youth to go out and pick up a needle, an illegal drug. Nicotine is legal. We would not do that. We would not advocate for any illegal drugs. So, I don't know where we're going to go with this. I suspect we're not going to be able to come to a conclusion, a resolution that this side of the House of the PC caucus will be able to talk about at law amendments. But certainly one thing will happen, is that when this does come up, we will certainly work with whoever brings up the legislation. And again, perfect is not the goal. The goal is to help our youth and our future adults. And in doing so, we've done our job, I think. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, I'll conclude. Thank you very much. Thank you, members, for your attention.
I recognize the House Leader for the official opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to now call Bill number 181, an act to amend the Public Utilities Act.
Bill 181, the Act to amend the Public Utilities Act. The member from Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's my honour to rise to speak on a bill that I brought forward yesterday to this House. Bill 181, an act to amend Chapter 380 of the revised statutes of 1989, the Public Utilities Act, respecting charitable housing. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think all of us in our constituencies, I know we have individuals and organizations that we have enormous pride in. And an organization that I have enormous pride in is a group called Affirmative Ventures. And Affirmative Ventures is a not-for-profit supportive housing organization that offers supports to those dealing with mental health issues. It provides housing and it provides employment. And as an MLA, I've had an opportunity to honour the great work being done by the staff at Affirmative Ventures, by the Board of Directors. I've had an opportunity to visit this supportive housing unit that we have in East Dartmouth, just located on Main Street. And it's wonderful, Mr. Speaker, to see the supports that are offered there. The dignity that people are able to live with there at Affirmative Ventures. The supports, the mental health supports that are offered. In many respects, Mr. Speaker, I say this as a point of pride. It is a template, I think, that we can emulate and model throughout Nova Scotia. We know, Mr. Speaker, there is a major housing issue in Metro. We know, Mr. Speaker, that there is a housing issue in Nova Scotia. There are examples, however, where great things are being done. And Affirmative Ventures has plans to expand its operations on Main Street in Dartmouth, which is wonderful. They have a proven track record. Since 2007, they have provided supportive housing, affordable housing, to our most vulnerable in society. And I have seen those success stories of people being able to live independent lives, being able to live with dignity, being able to live within community. I have to say, Mr. Speaker, I have noticed Affirmative Ventures has, for those who are living in that supportive housing unit, the cycle of poverty has been broken. And for those of you that aren't aware of the great success of this not-for-profit supportive housing, I encourage you to visit. I encourage the minister responsible for housing, if he has an opportunity, to visit Affirmative Ventures. And I'd like to extend that invitation. I know the Board of Directors would love to have a visit so that they could show you their vision and their operations. Bill 181 very much is a bill requesting government to analyze the Public Utilities Act through the lens of potentially waiving fees or reducing fees for not-for-profit supportive housing. It's a very specific ask in the bill. We all acknowledge in this House, Mr. Speaker, that yes, there are major housing issues. There are things that can be done now to help clear the obstacles, clear the regulatory red tape. I know this is a government that set up the Office of Regulatory Affairs to reduce the red tape for entrepreneurs, to reduce red tape for organizations that are wishing to expand. So we know affordable supportive housing for those who are battling mental health issues, who are dealing with mental health issues. We know that this organization has a proven track record, a record going back to 2007. Affirmative Ventures, it provides housing, supports, and opportunities for employment. We've often spoken about the wraparound model. This is something they are doing now. Very much designed, by Dr. Norman Greenberg. It is a template, I believe, and a model that can be emulated throughout the province. And of course, Mr. Speaker, its mandate as an organization is to hold those, to help those with disabilities achieve socioeconomic independence. Socioeconomic independence. Plain and simple, the supports that are offered through this not-for-profit housing unit, the cycle of poverty has been broken. It's remarkable to witness, and I believe it's an organization that government needs to promote. It's an example, I think, that can be emulated throughout the province. Mr. Speaker, we know that one is able to achieve dignity and independence by living in community, by having those supports. And Affirmative Ventures takes a comprehensive approach, as I said, to end that cycle of poverty. The programming they offer is simply amazing. The nature of this bill is asking the minister responsible for the Public Utilities Act to have a look at that act. Have a look at it. What obstacles can be removed? Can we waive fees? Can we reduce fees as not-for-profit organizations expand? When Affirmative Ventures opened in 2007, the hookup fee to Halifax Water was minimal in terms of the project going ahead. Now it's increased by 1,000%. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, that this is an example where government can give that discretion to the regulator to waive or reduce fees. So we need to support organizations, Mr. Speaker, like Affirmative Ventures, who wish to expand their facilities. They are on the ground dealing with the housing issues now. It's another opportunity for government to show leadership. They're already providing the supports, and they want to expand more housing units within Dartmouth to help our fellow residents. So, Mr. Speaker, Affirmative Ventures is currently in development of expanding their Main Street operations, and they expect to break ground in a few months. And the genesis of this bill comes from consultations with their board of directors. When I asked them, what could government do to help facilitate the expansion of this, they said this is an opportunity for government to look at the obstacles within existing bills to affordable supportive housing. So I believe a problem has been identified. I believe the government has an opportunity to offer a solution. I ask that the minister responsible for the Public Utilities Act meet with the board of directors to discuss this. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, if the government passed this bill, I think this would be a great signal to Nova Scotians that there are things we can do to remove the red tape, to remove the obstacles to expanding affordable supportive housing. So, Mr. Speaker, again, Affirmative Ventures, it's been on Main Street since 2007. It has a 12-year track record of providing supportive housing. We know that the cost of hooking up a new building has increased by 1,000% for permit fees. 70% of that is related to water costs. Why not, Mr. Speaker, lower or waive the fees for affordable, not-for-profit, supportive housing? It's not, the bill isn't saying you must, but the bill is requesting the regulator to make that professional judgment, to give that flexibility. I've attempted, Mr. Speaker, to try to go through the formal channels, only to be told the way forward is requested the government to have a look at the Public Utilities Act. So that, Mr. Speaker, I think is a good start for the government. Review the Public Utilities Act through this lens. There is a great stakeholder out there waiting for you to be consulted with, and I think this could be a very good step for the future of affordable, not-for-profit supportive housing in Nova Scotia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Hantze.
Excuse me. Hello, Mr. Speaker. So occasionally an opposition bill comes forward to the House that has merit. As a government, we also know that finding affordable housing can be a challenge, especially with the prevalence of Airbnbs in the area. The member opposite has brought forward, a member from Dartmouth East has brought forward a bill that I'm ready to speak to. It is an act to amend Chapter 380 of the revised statutes 1989 of the Public Utilities Act respecting charitable housing. And he has asked the government to show leadership on this. So Bill 181 has been introduced and speaks of allowing regulated public utilities to charge lesser amounts for services performed in respect of charitable housing. So the government has already, I'm going to demonstrate how we already are showing leadership. The government has already taken a number of steps to encourage community housing, including investing in home efficiency programs, and looking at other initiatives around the community to lower costs through improvement resulting in energy efficiency. So those programs are funded through the government's General Revenue Fund. The proposed Bill 181 has unintended consequences, and that's something that our party has been very conscious of. We actually meet as a group before any legislation ever even gets to this House and discuss all the bills going forward to see if there are any unintended consequences that any of us can pick up before they go any farther. And this is one where this bill would have done better with that. First, the regulation of the utility rates undertaken by the Independent Utility and Review Board is required to ensure cost recovery. These costs are recovered through across all taxpayers. Regulated utility costs are not funded by government through its General Revenue Fund. So lowering the rates among some ratepayers, such as proposed in this bill, would mean remaining taxpayers would have to face increase in utility costs. That would give us a two-tier system as far as utility costs go. This would increase utility costs to low-income ratepayers who do not live in charitable housing, and ratepayers on fixed incomes, such as seniors who also do not live in charitable housing. Lowering the rates among some ratepayers, such as proposed in this bill, would mean remaining ratepayers would have to face increases in utility costs. Second, the administration of the proposed amendment has not been adequately considered. The definition of the services is very broad, and a new regulation would be needed for each charitable entity to be considered eligible. So this is why the government has adopted the approach of programs to support community housing and avoids the negative consequences that Bill 181 would lead to. More broadly, the government has provided tax relief for low and middle income Nova Scotians already. Since 2018, more than 500,000 Nova Scotians have benefited from an increase in the basic personal amount and the spousal amount and the amount for an eligible dependent by $3,000 from $8,481 to $11,481. That's concretely helping all Nova Scotians. This increase represents a 35% enhancement. The age amount credit for seniors has also increased by 35.4%. From $4,141 to $5,606. These credit amounts have not been changed since 2011. An additional 63,000 tax filers no longer pay taxes, Mr. Speaker. As for the government showing initiative, I think we can really highlight some of these, and thank you for the opportunity to do that. The province funding under the affordable housing, the province has created more affordable housing options for Nova Scotians by investing $197.1 million as part of a federal-provincial agreement to strengthen housing programs. That's a lot of money. In total, more than $394 million will go to affordable housing over 10 years. Government has invested close to $212 million in housing over the past 3 years. That is an investment in Nova Scotians. The 3-year action plan is the first of 3 required under the 10-year Canada-Nova Scotia housing agreement. Nearly 3,000 Nova Scotian households in need will have access to more affordable housing options. The province is planning to invest approximately $70 million to support provincial priorities and 2,500 more households in the province. Of the provincial cost match funding of $44 million, $17.6 million represents new funding and $26.4 million is existing funding to support the continuation of current programs. Trends impacting housing needs are population growth, low vacancy rates, increased rental rates, and access to affordable rental options outside of our HRM. The first 3 years of the action plan will support over 2,000 existing housing units preserved, 250 public housing units repaired, 300 community housing units repaired or redeveloped. That's a lot of people getting support. Over 1,300 low-income homeowners benefit from repair and adaptation programs. And I know this is something that we promote in our office when we have seniors come into our homes and they want to be able to stay in their homes. You know, they don't want to go to a nursing home. They don't want to go to other types of housing. They don't want to leave their homes, but they need help. You know, we have government programs in place that allow them to do that. A lady called me a few weeks ago and she had no water all summer. Now, I can't imagine, you know, when the power goes out and we don't have any water for 4 hours, that's a hardship sometimes. But she had gone the whole summer carrying her water. When housing went into her home to have a look, she also didn't have any kitchen cupboards. She didn't have other things in her home. And the Housing Authority went in. They're actually going to bring her house up to standard besides repairing her water issues. And that now has been done. Over 200 affordable rental housing units are made available through rehabilitation or new construction. 40 new affordable units in community housing sector, 65 new rental units made available through the Transformation Fund. 200 expiring rent supplements will continue, and 230 new supplements will be created. Now, that's something that I found when I was campaigning last time. I went into an apartment building, and almost all of the residents in that building were senior ladies. They were mostly widows living on their own. They were living on one pension, struggling and paying a large part of their pensions to the rent. And it was, you know, it was a fairly nice place to live, but they wanted to be able to stay there but had concerns. We were able to put them all in touch with Nova Scotia Housing, and many of them since then have been qualified for rent supplements, and that is helping Nova Scotians. We have over 70 urban native units repaired in the first 3 years, and 4 new units are constructed. So for a total, we have over 2,300 rent supplements, over 11,000 public housing units, over 1,300 co-op not-for-profit houses. Places like the Elizabeth Fry Society and their well-known transition house, or Alice House, which we all heard about from our former colleague. It's a residence where women and children receive support after situations of abuse. So the projects being administered by the Nova Scotia Housing fall under categories of GHG mitigation. It's a portion of the Green Infrastructure Fund, and I was very happy that that was part of my role as Minister of Environment, was to bring that. We were looking for ways that we could mitigate greenhouse gases and yet help Nova Scotians as well. The Department of Energy and Mines is the lead department for the GHG stream under ICP. The GHG mitigation investment will focus on 3 targets. So it's about emitting sectors in Nova Scotia, the electricity sector, transportation and buildings, and be guided by provincial strategic priorities. The projects being implemented by Housing Nova Scotia are a portion of the projects that the province is advancing as part of the GHG mitigation portion. That is just the start of the program, and we know that there's more to come. As part of a 10-year investment phase, one is a $22 million project that will enable Housing Nova Scotia to accelerate and deepen retrofits to existing public housing stock in 112 buildings across the province, which are anticipated to reduce operating costs for those buildings, improve comfort, and cut greenhouse gas emissions. These are all helping Nova Scotians. The Nova Scotian, the Housing NS contribution would be $11 million over 4 years, with a federal contribution of $11 million, provincial another $11 million. So saying all of that, Mr. Speaker, occasionally an opposition bill does come forward, comes to the floor that has merit.
Order.
This is not one.
The member has run out of time. I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I am pleased to get up to speak about this bill, which I think is actually a pretty good bill. All in all,
this is one of them.
occasionally opposition bills are tabled in this House that have some merit, and this possibly could be one of them. Mr. Speaker, before I begin my prepared notes, I just want to say that as I was preparing my late debate, hold on folks, it's coming up, that I was struck once again, by the self-congratulatory tone of this Liberal government. And we are in a crisis. We are in an affordable housing crisis, Mr. Speaker. I know that people in your constituency, Mr. Speaker, are facing a terrible crisis. Certainly they are in my constituency, and certainly they are all over the province. I have heard from people from all over the province who cannot afford a place to live. And you can talk, or one can talk, about rent supplements until one is blue in the face. But if there are not landlords who are going to allow rent supplements to be used in their buildings, if there are simply no units available, then rent supplements do zero good.
Exactly.
They are great for the people who have them, but they are not going to do anything. So, Mr. Speaker, this government needs to start looking at the actual crisis and actual usable and meaningful solutions to the crisis. And one of those things would be to build or renovate more social housing stock. And let's go a little bit further, allow there to be support for the people who live in those units. So Affirmative Ventures, as my colleague has already talked about, is a very good example of this. It's working very well. I was very happy to go and visit Affirmative Ventures last year to take a look at the units, which are beautiful, and to understand how important it is to have wraparound services for people who are precariously housed. And so I want to give a shout out as well to Affirmative Ventures, and to David Harrison, who is working with the group on this next phase of their development. This legislation does recognizes the need to support affordable housing, and I think that lowering utility bills is a good way to do that. I think that this kind of rule should apply to not-for-profit housing widely, including supportive housing and co-op housing. Let's look at all of the different types of housing that could benefit from this. There are 3,057 people in the households in the federal riding of Dartmouth-Cole Harbour who spend more than 50% of their income on rent and utilities. And it's crucial that we work to make sure that there is enough affordable housing available so that every person has access to an affordable and adequate, and that's important, adequate place to live. We need to do whatever we can to support organizations like Affirmative Ventures and other not-for-profits or co-ops, and utility costs can be a part of that. And of course, it is very important to all Nova Scotians that electricity bills are affordable. And let us talk for a moment about electricity bills. So stable rates are great, but if we are not lowering our bills, it doesn't really make any difference. So I want to talk a little bit about energy poverty in general. It's a real issue in Nova Scotia, and energy poverty occurs when people have an unsustainable energy burden and cannot afford to pay their electricity bills. Canada's energy regulator describes a household to be experiencing energy poverty if it spends more than 10% of its income on utilities. Atlantic Canada has the highest proportion of households experiencing energy poverty across the country, 13% compared to the national average of 8%. And obviously, electricity is absolutely necessary, and I believe it should be universally accessible to all people. Everyone needs to be able to turn on their lights and store and prepare their food and heat their homes. And many people, Mr. Speaker, I know you know this, many people make very tough decisions. They have to choose between whether they pay their rent, or they pay their power bill, or they buy some food, or they pay their medications. And so we need to be able to support people who have to make these tough decisions and figure out ways of making those decisions less tough. Income inadequacy is the primary reason, of course, that people are disconnected from their power. They can't afford to pay their bills. They have to make tough decisions. Thank you. Arrears build up very easily for people who have inadequate incomes. And many people in the province are, as I said, forced to make difficult choices. The people in my office every day come in with this issue. And I've already talked in this House about power cutoff season when, you know, thank God that Nova Scotia Power doesn't cut off power in the middle of the winter, but, you know, come the warmer days, people have accumulated arrears throughout the winter and throughout the year, and there they are unable to, you know, even with like advocacy and help to sort of, you know, figure out a payment plan, sometimes it's just simply impossible. So our utilities, all of them, should be governed with the underlying principle that everyone should be able to access them. The ability to access energy efficiency relates to income as well. And I appreciate what my colleague across the floor was talking about with the government's efficiency programs. I've already stood up in this House and talked about how much I appreciate them. I am going through one of them right now, insulating my home, which I hope will reduce my energy bills. But it's super expensive to pay for that work up front. And of course, not everyone can do that. I, in fact, am, you know, using my line of credit to do it. We don't need to get into that. But anyhow, I'm lucky that I have access to a line of credit. Upgrading appliances and retrofitting homes can be expensive in spite of the excellent programs that we already have. We need to expand the programs even more. We need to make them totally accessible to people on low incomes. And we need to help people lower their electricity bills. Nova Scotians with low incomes or fixed incomes are more likely to have higher electricity bills because they're least likely or less likely to be able to afford the upfront costs associated with the energy retrofits. We need to be growing, expanding, and adding to the energy efficiency and retrofit programs that are already available. We need to make significant investments in energy efficiency and home retrofit programs that would mean more money saved for Nova Scotians. And of course, we know that all of this work would reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And I will remind the House that the current goals that we have in place, this government has in place for reducing greenhouse gas emissions, are simply no longer adequate. We need to make sure that in our upcoming EXPA legislation that we have stricter and more stringent and totally accomplishable goals in place. And that means we need to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 50% below 1990 levels, and we need to be at net zero by 2050. Energy and efficiency is a massive untapped source of possible emissions reductions, and it is a massive untapped source of green energy jobs. The new economy is in transforming the economy to green jobs, Mr. Speaker, and this government is not showing the leadership we need to make this happen in our province. The International Energy Association estimates that energy efficiency accounts for 49% of greenhouse gas emissions, and the reductions, that we need to stay below 2 degrees of global warming. 49%, and that is a larger proportion than renewable energy or carbon capture. So this is where we need to put our attention right now. Energy efficiency is cheaper than all the other options. In Nova Scotia, it costs at least 6 cents to generate a kilowatt hour using the cheapest fossil fuel, but efficiency costs just 3 cents to save a kilowatt hour. We can reduce the demand on existing grids and the amount of added capacity that we need to build. So I'm going to stop talking about energy efficiency and go back to the bill at hand. We need to support efforts to adequately and affordably house all Nova Scotians, and lowering utility costs to organizations that are already doing that fine work is a really great place to do it. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I stand today in support of my colleague from Dartmouth East and encourage all members of this House to support the bill and Act to amend Chapter 380 of the Revised Statutes of 1989, the Public Utilities Act, respecting charitable housing. This bill is part of offering a solution to remove red tape and barriers that currently exist for builders and contractors and charitable organizations like my colleague spoke of, and possibly remove some of the capital costs that are involved in building affordable housing. Any opportunity that we can take to be innovative and offer solutions, we must do so for the people of this province. That's our job. Status quo is not acceptable. And as I listened to my colleague across the floor, I was thinking of the Ivany report and how the very first recommendation in the Ivany report spoke about true leadership. And true leadership is setting aside partisan politics in order to set policy that is for the greater good. We need to do that. We can no longer afford in this province to make decisions based on party politics. We have to do what is right for the people. We can no longer afford to go with old ways. We need to do what is right. That is why people elected us, Mr. Speaker. Builders in this province want to provide affordable housing. They're faced every year with an increase in their property taxes, an increase in their supplies, an increase of electricity and energy rates. It is getting more and more difficult for contractors and builders in this province to provide affordable housing. We need to do all that we can to support those that are trying to do so. And that involves updating our legislation. That is why we are here, to update our legislation and be innovative. Under the current government, Nova Scotia continues to be among the worst performing economy in the country. We continue to pay the highest taxes in the country. And a direct result of that, Mr. Speaker, is we have the highest poverty rates in the country, and this was brought up during question period. Our current approach to reducing poverty and making sure that everyone has a home is not working. We have the highest poverty rates in Canada, especially for children. 21.6% of Nova Scotia's children live in poverty. 18 communities in Nova Scotia have child poverty rates of more than 30%, and 10 of those 18 communities are in Cape Breton. 37.4% of all visible minority children are living in poverty in this province. Fighting poverty is not right-wing, it's not left-wing. It's about doing the right thing. Many of you know in this House I'm a registered nurse, and I know that housing and lack of housing affects our health. In fact, it's number 3 in the determinants of health set out by the World Health Organization. Also, when you think back to your study days back in school, you can think of the Maslow's hierarchy of needs. In Maslow's hierarchy of needs, there's 5 levels, and the most basic level is physiological. That includes food, water, and shelter. If someone does not have proper shelter, proper housing, it is considered one of their most basic human needs and will directly negatively impact their health. We know in this province that those with mental illness are not getting the help that they need, and often, without being seen by a psychiatrist, without getting a proper diagnosis and a proper treatment, it leads to worsening mental illness, which often leads to homelessness, family breakdown, and drug addictions. We see this here in Halifax. When I have an opportunity, I like to walk the streets and talk to those that are struggling and find out their story. Each one of the people that are holding out a cup for us to give them money are someone's son or daughter. They all have their story. And I love to find out more about what got them to where they are today. And they love to talk. They want their story to be heard, and they want help. We have the same problem. I find that it's more visible sometimes in the city, but we have the same challenges in rural Nova Scotia, but sometimes it's more, it's not as visible. We have a homelessness problem in Cumberland County. One of the amazing workers that I work with on a regular basis is Alison Lair, and she's our homelessness coordinator, and my staff and I rely on her heavily as we see many people every week coming into our community, transients that need shelter. And thankfully, I also have a nice community group that are working towards building a shelter in our community. People like Affirmative Ventures. Let's be honest. We all know there are people in each one of our areas that have no shelter, that have no bed to lie on. Recently, with Hurricane Dorian, on the Sunday morning, a week after, I got a phone call, or actually it was a private message through Facebook one morning around 7 o'clock from a man who asked if I knew of anybody that needed food. And after I got his phone number, I called him because I really wasn't sure what his message was. And he said, Elizabeth, I'm a Nova Scotia Power worker, and the company has been feeding us all week, bringing us a lot of food. And now we have almost all the repairs done, but yet we have all this food left over this morning, and we don't want to throw it in the garbage. I said, I'll be right there. And I came and I got this food. And I drove around our community and found people that were hungry. And it was one of the most humbling experiences. I met a man who's living in a home there's no water, there's no running water, there's no toilets. He's addicted to drugs. I had over 100 breakfast sandwiches from that Nova Scotia Power crew and coffee. And it's very eye-opening. And I encourage every one of us to get out into our communities, go to the areas where people are struggling the most, and really get to know how we can help these people. And one of the ways we can help these people is by ensuring they have shelter and they have a home. And this bill that my colleague has put forth provides an opportunity for builders and contractors to have some flexibility if we could introduce this bill. It's time for us to take the blinders off. It's time for us to see where real change is needed. And I believe we can do that. I know in the PC caucus, my colleagues and I, and I'm sure you're the same, we care. We care about the people in this province, in urban Nova Scotia, in rural Nova Scotia. And we want people to get access to the basic cares that they need every day. We want to lift people up out of poverty. We want people to excel. You know, as a society, we're only as strong as the person that's struggling the most. And when we see someone in need, we need to do everything we can to empower and to build that person up. We must remove the barriers for our entrepreneurs and for our community groups like Affirmative Ventures that are trying to do better and build up our communities and make improvements. We need to strive to build up every citizen, Mr. Speaker, so that they can be the best that they can be, and that together we can have a better province to live in for every citizen in this province. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On one final note, I will just encourage and implore everyone to reread the Ivany report and to take some time to reflect about what real leadership is. Real leadership is not voting along party lines. It's about voting for what is best. And I believe that the bill that my colleague has put forth today is innovative. It's part of a solution that we can find ways to provide more housing for those in this province. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, that includes an insightful day of opposition member business. I'll now turn the reins back over to the Government House Leader.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Insightful indeed. That concludes government business for today. I move that the House now rise to meet again tomorrow, Thursday, October 10th, 2019, between the hours of 1 p.m. and 6 p.m. Following the daily routine, NQP business will include second reading on private and local bills 183, second reading on public 180 and 187, and if time permits, committee of the whole House on bills for 152, 160, 163, 166 and 170.
Motion is for the House to adjourn to rise again tomorrow, October the 10th, Thursday, between the hours of 1 p.m. and 6 p.m. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The House now stand adjourned. And just before we go, we have late debate as submitted by the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition, the MLA for Pictou West, And it reads, therefore be it resolved that the Liberal government has failed to properly manage the Nova Scotia to Maine ferry contract, causing the loss of the 2019 sailing season, creating hardship for tourism operators and costing the province $19.9 million. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with great disappointment to rise and speak about what's happened with this ferry situation, certainly over the last few years, but definitely in this year, where gross mismanagement of the contract, of the arrangements, has led to the loss of the entire season. Mr. Speaker, there's not been one crossing that brought tourists to Nova Scotia this year. And despite the fact that there's not been one crossing, the taxpayers of this province have paid $20 million to the operator. So the only way that that can be described is a gross mismanagement of the situation. This province, there's a lot that our tourism industry could do with $20 million. So, Mr. Speaker, it is a situation where in this caucus, as my colleague from Sackville-Cobequid eloquently summed up, ferry yes, mismanagement no. This is not a province. We don't have room in this province for mismanagement, certainly not mismanagement of this scale. Tourism is incredibly important to this province. It's an incredible opportunity for this province. And when I think about what's happened to obviously some of the most significant ambassadors for this province, some of the best promotional material for this province comes from the film industry. And that's also an industry that has been under siege by this government, where this government said, look, the subsidies to the film industry, $25 million, way too much, not doing it, cutting that. And then on the other hand, here we are right now as a result of their mismanagement, as a result of their lack of vision, as a result of their just basic disconnectedness with the business world. We have a situation where 0 tourists have come to Nova Scotia this year on the ferry. And when we raise questions about the ferry, when we raise questions about the QE2, when we raise questions about the crane, when we raise questions of this government, their lack of confidence shows. And their lack of confidence shows through, their lack of confidence in their own decisions comes through in a massive attack situation. When we ask questions, we're perceived as negative, when they're just questions. We've been foreseeing this situation with this ferry for 4 years. The contract was never a good contract. It was never a contract under which Nova Scotia would win under. It just wasn't going to happen. And now, sadly, that prophecy is coming true, and Nova Scotia is not winning. They're losing on this situation 20 million times over just this year. And the government, this government, lost sight of the importance of our tourism industry when they turned the page and focused purely on political rhetoric. They lost sight of the fact that what really mattered was investing taxpayer monies in growing our tourism industry. And they've totally given up on that. They've totally focused on the politics of it. But the politics of this situation never supported the rhetoric. This ferry, the ferry from Yarmouth to the United States, has only ever been successful under PC governments. It's only PC governments. And I would put the record of the PC government in establishing a reliable, sustainable, productive link. I would put the record of the PC government against any government, and it wouldn't even be a fair match against this one, Mr. Speaker. In 2002, under a PC government, would you care to take a guess, Mr. Speaker, how many tourists traveled on the ferry run by the PC government in 2002? It's not 100,000, Mr. Speaker. It's not 200,000. Mr. Speaker, it's not even 300,000. I think most members of this chamber would be surprised to realize that 330,000 people traveled on the ferry when the PC government operated. Now, that's not 330,000 times more than the Liberals will deliver this year, because anything times zero is still zero, Mr. Speaker. It's a lot more, and this government could only dream of having a ferry that's as successful as this government knows can happen. The PC government knows that knows what's possible. We are well beyond planning to a podium. We are totally focused on getting results for taxpayers. And Mr. Speaker, I could talk about the investments in the ferry over the years under the PC government in 2006. $1 million. $1 million. That's what was invested in the ferry. In 2009, that was up to $8.9 million. We know what happened after 2009. But, Mr. Speaker, just a little bit of returning to reality might be in order. And the reality is that, well, PC governments operated ferries that brought hundreds of thousands of people to this province for a fraction of the price. This government has brought zero this year for $20 million. And I don't know a Nova Scotian that's not sitting in the Liberal caucus that thinks that's a good thing. There's nobody. That's a terrible, terrible situation. And last year might have been their most successful. That might have been their most successful, Mr. Speaker. And by their standards, from the other years, it probably was a success. I don't think they can do much better. They had 41,000 people on the ferry last year. And the price, again, $20 million is kind of what they spend. They don't need a result for it. So, Mr. Speaker, I will put the record of the PC government against this government any single day of the week. And the mismanagement of the contract can only sit at the feet of this government. I know they had a lot of strong words of the NDP's abilities with the contract that the NDP negotiated. I think most people will remember this wonderful image of multiple Liberal cabinet ministers standing on the wharf saying they ripped up that terrible NDP contract and they've saved the day with this new wonderful contract that we now, through the fullness of time, know was a wonderful contract that the operator gets paid for doing nothing. And not only that, Mr. Speaker, not a single person has traveled on this. We know the decisions around the timing to move from Portland. Of course, when they moved from Portland to Bar Harbor, they said, well, Portland was never really a good idea anyway. Of course, we're moving it. Well, why did you do it in the first place, Mr. Speaker? These are the types of mismanagement. Then they moved to Bar Harbor. The timing of that decision cost us to lose an entire year. I know the member from Yarmouth says that, well, we had to move. We were essentially kicked out because we were such a bad tenant. That's not true. The Customs Agency has said it could have stayed another year, but they didn't have the foresight to understand, and they didn't actually understand that moving tourists was the most important aspect of this ferry. They believe that trying to undermine political opponents that ask questions is the most important thing. And there's a strong, strong disconnect. And their reason for their failure is because they don't understand that it's about Nova Scotia. It's about managing taxpayer money to get the ultimate return. That's what this is about. And if any member opposite stands up and says that $20 million for this season was a good investment, they don't understand how hard Nova Scotians work for their tax money. And the fallout with the contract is evident anywhere, but it's only the tip of the iceberg in the mistakes. No federal money for this. They never asked for federal money when they had their Liberal cousins in a majority government there. They never thought to do that. Don't have a vessel after this year, Mr. Speaker. And the Premier said he is totally confident that they'll have the same vessel next year. We know that the U.S. Navy is retendering it. Any guesses what might happen to the price on that tender when their only customer says, we'll pay whatever you want? This is a situation that has been mismanaged from the very beginning by a government that doesn't understand business. No boat for next year. Who knows what port we'll try next year, Mr. Speaker, because this one's not ready. Maybe we'll just try another one with $10 or $12 million of taxpayer money. But the real impact the real impact and the real shame of this is on Nova Scotians, and it's on tourism operators. And it's people that I speak to from that region who are paying a price for this government's mismanagement. And they'll find a litany of people to blame, but once they're ready to accept what happened, I can hand them a mirror, because that's where they should be looking. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wouldn't say that I often agree with the leader of the Progressive Conservative Party, but every once in a while I agree with certain things that he says. And one of the things that I agree with is that this ferry file is a bit of a mess. And the people that are suffering the most are the people in Yarmouth and the tourism operators who are not having any business after waiting all summer on tenterhooks, waiting to see if that boat would ever sail. So the work on this file is a mess. The government has kept information, very important information, about the management of this ferry service secret. And this is something we've been seeing over the last several months on a bunch of different files, Mr. Speaker. The ferry has been kept secret. We don't know about that management agreement between with the management company. We don't know about the Deloitte report. We can't have access to the Deloitte report, which talks about the reasoning for building P3 hospitals. We don't know about the value, or we can't see RFPs or value for money reports on any of the other proposals to build P3 infrastructure in Nova Scotia. And the government uses the excuse that if they offer up the info, or they offer up the management contract, or if they offer up any of this information, then somehow it'll be bad for business for Nova Scotia, when in fact we know from all kinds of other jurisdictions, and when this kind of information is released, it doesn't harm business, it doesn't stop people from, or companies from bidding on business in Nova Scotia, or in the province where they do release the information. It's just a false. It's a false. I can't hear what you're saying. It's a false narrative. Thank you. Yes, it's a false narrative, and it's interesting because it's the Premier in 2012, when the Premier was the leader of the Liberals, he tabled legislation about this kind of very thing. And so I just wanted to read a quote from a newspaper article from when the legislation was tabled back in 2012. The Premier said this: our legislation will let any Nova Scotian demand the details of an economic development assistance package entered into with the province. The company and the government will have to give the agreement its terms, and the company will have to show how effectively it is meeting the terms and the targets set out in the agreement, end quote. And I will table that article when I get it off my phone. But it's a fascinating turn of events. Yeah. How much can change from 2012 to 2019?
So much for transparency.
Yeah, somehow, somewhere, we've lost sight of that, being able to allow the public to know what the heck is going on. And I will just mention quickly the Premier's comments today in question period about the Public Accounts Committee. Well, guess what? The Public Accounts Committee can't get any answers either. So even with our sort of our limited scope now in the Public Accounts Committee, we have had the opportunity to have certain deputy ministers come to the committee to talk about some of these projects. And guess what? They won't answer the questions when they're witnesses at the committee. So we have a real issue. We can't really tell what's going on, what the problems are, because no information is being released. And to me, that seems to be at the heart of a lot of this. Since 2015, though, getting back to the actual issue at hand, the current government has had 11 Liberal members of Parliament in the House of Commons with which whom they could lobby, whom they could work with as counterparts to try to secure federal funding for the ferry in Nova Scotia. And to date, with all of those 11 Liberal MPs in the House of Commons, we have not been able to secure federal funding for this international ferry route, which could really help the whole situation. This Liberal government and the federal Liberals should have been able to recognize the importance of the ferry to regional economic development. So instead of showing leadership on this file, this government has bungled it. They've kept the residents and business owners in Yarmouth on the line all season, promising that the ferry would sail. They've disappointed American tourists who were planning to make a trip to Nova Scotia, but they've cancelled their trip because no ferry service has been available. I think it is safe to say, Mr. Speaker, that the Oxford sinkhole has brought more tourists to Nova Scotia this summer than the ferry. So, but seriously, well, it is true. I mean, but seriously, I don't want to make light of it because it's a very serious situation. It's a very serious situation for the tourism operators and the people of Yarmouth who are depending on that economic impact. They've offered no compensation to the people of Yarmouth or those tourism operators for this delay in service. It's funny to just keep calling it a delay, this non-service. I will reiterate again that this government is a government that loves to congratulate itself on its excellent progress on so many files. This government likes to defend itself, but it shows just how out of touch, all of this stuff shows just how out of touch this Liberal government is. The government can't admit that there's a problem, even when there's a problem staring them in the face. And this failure to recognize major problems is a recurring issue. And I have to say that I do believe it contributes to the general, the population's dissatisfaction with politicians and politics in general. I think when we don't get any answers from our governments and our leaders, and we don't get any explanations, but what we get is standing ovations and self-congratulatory slaps on the back, people are very disillusioned with politics right now. And it's not for the lack of of trying to move the conversation forward from this side of the House. Exactly. This government's handling of the ferry issue is not unlike their handling of the healthcare crisis. For years, despite dangerously overcrowded emergency rooms, seniors looking for long-term care, stranded in hospital beds, kids suffering in silence without mental health supports, and everyone struggling to find access to primary care through a family doctor or a nurse practitioner, this government refuses to admit that there's a crisis. This government's handling on the ferry is not unlike their handling of the housing crisis that is gripping Nova Scotia that we've already spoken about today in the House. As people search for housing, they're facing a perfect storm of exploding short-term rental markets, uncontrolled rent increases, and the consequences of a generation of deprivation of our public affordable housing stock. This Liberal government has celebrated their totally inadequate response, behaving as though there is no housing crisis at all. And Mr. Speaker, the people of Nova Scotia deserve better than a government that pretends that there is nothing wrong and that refuses to talk about the issues, even if it's their fault. The people of Nova Scotia deserve a government that takes responsibility and takes action. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Very happy to stand and discuss this issue that's gravely important to tourism operators across this province and particularly in Southwest Nova. And I want to begin by thanking our Premier and the current Minister of Transportation and the former two Ministers of Transportation that were stewards on this file and helped us reestablish a lost ferry link that lost this province millions of dollars in revenue. And Mr. Speaker, this has been a tough summer for Yarmouth, without question. And we're seeing that reflected in the numbers. Yarmouth and Acadian Shores, in the previous 3 years with that ferry running, were leading the province in increase in room bookings. We were leading the way. There's about $70 million attached to the tourism industry, and things were going really well. This year, we ran into some real trouble for three key reasons. One, enhanced border security protocol and expectations on the U.S. side of the border. And anyone who's paid attention to the news and sees what's happening in the U.S. around border security, the direction that's coming from the White House on border security, and what's happening on the southern border can understand that that is affecting our situation right now with our border. Two, we had a government shutdown that prevented us from getting through the certification process to build our building, which was unfortunate. And three, there was a very real situation in Portland that was creating long-term concern. Portland wanted at least half the land back that we were using for parking, for processing customs, and there was no guarantee that we're going to be able to keep that land in the future. Furthermore, we would still have to build a certified border security building, the same we're doing in Bar Harbor in Portland, Mr. Speaker. And I know that the Leader of the Opposition will blame this on provincial government management, but I have yet to see an argument presented by him to explain what he would do differently, or what any government on this side of the border could do differently when faced with these three challenges that have proved to be fairly insurmountable. We haven't heard an alternative plan from that party, Mr. Speaker. A big challenge we've had on this ferry issue is the fact that it's been a hot political potato since 2009 when the NDP cut the service. We made it a political issue. We brought it back. And the fact that it has remained a political hot potato has resulted in a few negative things for the tourism industry and the service. It's not becoming normalized yet. People aren't accepting the fact that this is a viable service and that it needs to run. And I think a big part of that in recent years, in the last number of years, has been because of the Conservative position on this ferry service. Even in the years when this was running and doing well and generating economic activity, we had the party opposite under its previous leader and its current leader fomenting opposition to this service from one end of the province to the next, undermining market confidence in it and undermining banking and financing confidence in the tourism sector. And Mr. Speaker, you don't need to take my word for that. The business Chamber of Commerce and Tourism Ministry actually has said those things publicly themselves, and I'll table some of their comments, where they implore the opposition party to stop using this critical investment as a political game. And Mr. Speaker, the opposition has done that by spreading three key pieces of misinformation to the public. One around cost, suggesting this cost is outside of the realm of the historic subsidy, not just to this service, but also it's very much in line with the historic subsidy for our other ferry services that are run by Bay Ferries in Digby and in Pictou. In fact, this ferry service, when you look at the per passenger subsidy, actually comes in between those two, a little bit less than the Pictou service, a little bit more than Digby. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition suggested that when the PC government was operating that ferry service back in the early 2000s, that it was doing great and it was doing wonderful. And while the PC government was in power then, I will remind the Leader of the Opposition, it was Bay Ferries operating that service, Mr. Speaker. The same company that the Leader of the Opposition is taking to court, the same company that the Leader of the Opposition has vilified, suggesting that they only care about the bottom line and don't care about the economic impact to this province. And, Mr. Speaker, the same company that actually under our contract, for the first time in Nova Scotian history, is servicing that vessel on the Canadian side of the border. It is fueled, it is fed, and there's staff working on this side of the border, and that is the first time that that's happened, even with the past Marine Atlantic vessel, Mr. Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition has said as recently as last week that there's no Canadians working for Bay Ferries on the crew of this ferry. That's not true. There's over 40 employees directly employed locally with Bay Ferries that are working on that boat and that are working to support the services that that boat provides, Mr. Speaker. The third point of misinformation, and that's something we are very proud of, is that we're employing Canadians to provide the service. And to suggest otherwise is not true. It's an American flag vessel, so there needs to be American crew on that. There was no other vessel on the market to make that run, and no other company to provide that run either that we believe would be viable, Mr. Speaker. And the other big point that I believe is misleading to the public is on this issue of transparency. The fact of the matter is every single dollar spent on this service is made available to the public for public consumption. It's available in our budget documents. It's available to the budget that we vote on. What is kept confidential is the proprietary information around the management fee. The same management fees that you find in home care providers, the VON, in road builders, they have similar management fees, Mr. Speaker. Our home care, our long-term care facilities, Mr. Speaker, all of these companies, many of them I should say, that provide these services actually do maintain confidentiality around their management fees because that's how they compete for these contracts. We get different doctors as well. We've never seen one member of the opposition stand up and attack any one of those organizations for keeping their management fee confidential, Mr. Speaker. It just hasn't happened. It's only been targeted toward this service, Mr. Speaker. And I really do hope that people are paying attention to the words of the Leader of the Opposition. And it's interesting that he's waited until this moment of vulnerability where we are unable to break through some barriers we have on the U.S. side of the border to say he now supports this ferry service. a moment of sure political vulnerability for the government, but a moment of serious financial and economic vulnerability for people in the tourism sector, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Order, please. Order, please. Order, please. Order, please. The honourable member for Yarmouth has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, and if people doubt what I'm saying on this, I believe the intention of the members opposite, not all of them, is to continually undermine the service and to foment opposition to it. They are staking a political flag in the ground on the failure of the service and are hoping that it fails so that they can gain politically. And if you do doubt me, I hope people pay attention to what happens after this debate, because I believe this is for social media consumption. The bombastic speech that was given by the Leader of the Opposition will be posted on Facebook, and I want tourism operators and supporters of this ferry service to read the comments that his speech has inspired on social media. And you tell me if you think that the Leader of the Opposition is supportive of this ferry service. I encourage people to do that, because the fact of the matter is the Leader of the Opposition will stand and rail bombastically about how this has been mismanaged from the get-go. Yet he has never offered one solution to the challenges that we faced, including the ones with the U.S. government right now and the situation in Portland. He has never even mentioned an alternative company that could provide the service or another operator, and I don't think he's aware of any. He's also never mentioned a different route that could be run. So if everything about this contract has been mismanaged, perhaps at the very least the Leader of the Opposition could stand in his place and say what he would do differently, Mr. Speaker. Because to suggest that this government is secretive, I think is a big stretch when he attacks this contract and can't even present an alternative vision for it, Mr. Speaker. If he has one, perhaps he should share it, because we'd love to hear it, Mr. Speaker. And I know the Leader of the Opposition hasn't taken the words of the tourism industry seriously when they've asked him to tone down the rhetoric on this. I know he hasn't even listened to the former member and who is the most senior member of his caucus from Argyll. And I'll remind the member, when this came up before, the former member of Barrington Argyll stated, I wish this was completely different. I want this to go away. Speaking about the ferry, I'm trying to make it go away, but I'm one person around a caucus table, and I think I can't get there. Mr. Speaker, I do hope that the next member for Barrington Argyll has more success than the previous, because this is an important issue that affects a lot of people. Mr. Speaker, and to the people of my community, the people in the tourism industry across this province who know the importance of the service, who experienced the economic benefit over the course of the last 3 years before this disruption. My message to them is, we believe in you, we believe in the service, and this government will never stop fighting for this ferry service. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Inverness.
Mr. Speaker, perhaps the government should just say they're sorry for not providing the service this year.
If there are no other speakers, that concludes the late debate for tonight. The House now stands adjourned till 1 p.m. tomorrow.